It is 8:33 on the September 26, 2025. South Carolina is called to order. The mission of the State Board of Nursing for South Carolina is the protection of public health, safety, and welfare by assuring the safe and competent practice of nursing. Public notice was properly posted in the King Street building lobby and provided to all requesting persons, organizations, and news media in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. It is noted that a quorum is present. May I please have a motion to excuse Dr. Robert Wolf from today's meeting?
I make a motion to excuse Dr. Robert Wolf from today's meeting.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. Good morning, Miss Mindy. We're ready to begin.
Good morning. So we have Newberry College up first. I think this is Miss Emily Livingston. Welcome. In accordance with South Carolina Code of Laws, Chapter 9, the nursing program prepares graduates that demonstrate competent practice at entry into nursing practice. The program's pass rate for first-time takers of the National Council of Licensure examination will be maintained annually at no greater than 5% below the national pass rate. Newberry College BSN program was cited for deficiency 2022 and 2023 NCLEX scores. The program appeared at the March 2024 board meeting in which the board ordered to lower the approval rating to conditional and return in September of 2024. At that meeting, the board ordered the program to remain in conditional board approval status with a reappearance in September 2025. And Ms. Livingston is here to present and to answer any questions in reference to this status.
Good morning. Anyone who's going to present today along with you needs to be sworn in.
Dr. Beth Hinga, she's the VPAA of Newberry.
Okay, just 1 second, and the court reporter will be with you.
You'll raise your right hands for me. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you both.
What would you like to share with the board this
Okay,
morning?
well, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Much for this opportunity. I've received our full documentation as background, so I'd like to focus my remarks on two key areas this morning, and that is the leadership transition that we have experienced at Newberry, as well as our progress toward improving our NCLEX pass rates. Our leadership transition in spring, can you all,
I'm actually going to stop you for just a second. I'm going to have you pull the base of this a little bit
okay.
closer to you.
Thank you. I didn't know if I could.
No,
move it.
you're okay,
I
and
don't want
it'll-
to be responsible for equipment breaking.
It's uncomfortable how close you have to be, so that's a warning to everyone. But it is really important that it picks up both because
course.
there's very
Is that
bad
better?
acoustic. Yes, there's
That's
very bad
better.
acoustics
Okay.
in this room, and additionally, because we're in open session, we stream this live on YouTube. And if you are not speaking into the microphone, the people who are watching cannot hear it.
Of course.
So sorry to interrupt you.
It's okay. It's okay.
But-
Should I start over or?
No, I think
want
we
to
heard-
say
heard
kudos
most
to
of
you
it.
for realizing it.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It was really just one or two words, but we wanted to stop you before it became all the words.
Gotcha.
So go ahead.
All right. So speaking on our leadership transition, in spring of 2025, our program experienced a major leadership change with the departure of our previous dean. The Newberry College established the School of Health Professions, Sciences, and Mathematics, and I stepped into the role of Director of Nursing. Now, I will put a caveat to that. This document was written by Dr. Jenny Lindler, who was our former Director of Nursing. She stepped away from that role this week. So I've been appointed the new Director of Nursing as the, I've worked with the department, so I should know all this information, but I am actually brand new also. This restructuring brought needed stability, clearer lines of accountability, and faculty engagement in the decision-making process of the department. We have reorganized faculty responsibilities, strengthened shared governance, and revised policies to ensure consistency across the program. And that all remains the same. So speaking to our NCLEX performance, We acknowledge that the concern that our NCLEX first-time pass rates dipped below the national average in 2022 and 2023. While our three-year average remains above 80%, we recognize this as a red flag, and it became the immediate focus of our strategic plan. So progress moving forward or toward improvement. Since then, we have implemented several major reforms, many of which you will see reflected in the read-ahead materials that were provided. Speaking on curriculum redesign, we have added NCLEX-focused courses to beginning in the first semester of nursing school that will embed test-taking, critical thinking, and NGN readiness. We have actually already had those courses approved by our division, and now we're awaiting college-level approval to be instituted in fall of 2026. Simulation and technology, we have a fully integrated simulation lab now with NGN-style scenarios that we have been running. All faculty are trained in simulation pedagogy. NCLEX Review, we transitioned to Archer Review with built-in tracking and access post-graduation for all students. Beginning in fall of 2026, our pathophysiology course, which has been in the first semester of nursing curriculum, will be moved out and will be considered a prerequisite for entrance into the nursing program, and that will make room for these NCLEX prep courses. And we're actually looking at instituting a pharmacology course in that first semester as well, so that pharmacology is embedded throughout the curriculum also. So we'll be moving it out as a prerequisite, and we also have we're going to start limiting the amount of times a student can retake a course to meet the GPA standard to enter our program. So like, for instance, if they didn't do well in anatomy and physiology, our college allows them to retake it, but some students are retaking it 2 or 3 times to get the needed grade, to get the GPA to enter. And so we've decided to kind of look at that and maybe put it where they get one time repeat a science course to be allowed to enter the program, because that would help with that preparedness for the stringent curriculum of nursing. We also have instituted a mentorship model, which is where we have the upper level nursing students are paired with the newer students, the lower level, to promote retention, professional socialization, and also NCLEX preparation. It's kind of like a study buddy situation. And we have raised our benchmark with the ATI comprehensive predictor. We've increased it to they have to have a 94% probability before graduation. Our most recent 2024 cohort achieved a 100% repeater pass rate and a strong recovery trend in overall NCLEX outcomes. With our redesigned curriculum, enhanced admission standards, and strengthened student supports, we are confident that this downward trend has been corrected. Madam Chair and members of the board, this leadership change has allowed us to move decisively, and these reforms are already showing impact. We remain fully committed to accountability and continuous improvement. With the structures now in place, we are confident Newberry College will not only meet but exceed NCLEX pass rate expectations moving forward. Thank you for your time and your support of our nursing education in South Carolina, as well as Newberry County, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Questions by board members?
So am I reading this right, that it says 2025 year-to-date NCLEX scores as of 15 September are 64%?
I'm not sure about the 15 September. We've got them. I did check yesterday, and we had 2 more that have passed the first time. So you would have, I guess you'd be more knowledgeable, but the thing I have here says we're 66.67 for so far.
This had 16 out of 25.
And
Be correct, yes. Yeah. So but we're still waiting. One passed in the state of Florida, but that's a repeater, so that wouldn't matter for these statistics. And then I still haven't heard back from one, so I have no idea if she failed, but because we haven't heard back from the student. And then if we're just waiting, because I can only check after they've passed, of course, I can see their licensure on the LLR, so I'm waiting for the quarterly report, I suppose, to see if she's actually even attempted to take it. She won't return our calls.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Archer prep class? I'm not familiar with Archer and your decision to go with that type of prep class.
Well, we would historically have been using the ATI, so they'd come and do an in-person live review, and we still utilize that. But prior to that, we also had instituted Hearst review, so we would do the Hearst. They would only be virtual, and the students didn't seem to get as much out of the Hearst, so we tried the Archer. It's very similar to all the kind of review courses, except it's more interactive, and the students seem to like it. When we instituted it, kind of just as a trial and see, we got much more positive feedback than we did with the Hearst review, so we instituted it, and so far, it's the student body that had it this most recent time, they've done better on the NCLEX and said that the Archer is kind of, they liked that a lot better than because the semester before that, we made actually the S1s take the Hearst review as well prior to graduate, so they liked the Archer better than the Hearst. Does that, I don't know if that answers the question fully, but yes, ma'am, that's kind of why we chose to institute the Archer review. This is only our second kind of semester using it.
Okay, so it's a similar type review, but a little bit more interactive.
And the speakers seem more upbeat than with the Hearst review and more knowledgeable, perhaps. But of course, the ATI live review, they still love that, and that's a 3-day live review, and they come to our campus and do that. Archer is live in that she's on the screen. Hearst was just like a webinar kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
So sticking with the ATI review, what remediation plan do you have for the students who score less than a 94%?
So we don't green light them to test. We set them up with an individualized, like ATI sets them up with a tutor, and then they have a representative from ATI follow them through, and they have to take all the different modules, keep testing, doing test style questions, and then they usually get a 3-month program like that, and then the ATI, and then of course we keep up with them as well, and then the ATI review, they have to meet certain benchmarks in order to green light, and then they retake the comp predictor, and then the ATI professional lets us know that they're ready to test.
Okay, so all of your students are receiving the green light prior to taking the NCLEX exam from
Yes, ma'am.
ATI.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is ATI saying about the students who aren't passing the first time? Because 16 out of 25 is huge.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. They really have, other than test anxiety, they have no, the students seem prepared. Now, some of it is delay in testing. I will say 2 of our failures were international students, and they seemed to think maybe it was a language, but they made it through our program okay. So I don't know if that's actually something, but I don't know if it's more of a cultural thing or language. And then one of our international students, he's actually failed twice, and we reached out to offer him more tutoring, and he told us that he didn't believe he had a problem with that. He didn't know where his problem was. He just thought it was the test. So again, I can lead you to water. I just can't make you drink if you don't want it. But I will say that some of it could be the international part. I think some of it is delay of testing. The student maybe doesn't feel confident even after they've completed all this, and they wait months and months and months to test. And I don't think that they study or they think that they're studying, but that's not what they're not studying the correct way. And so they think that they're better off than they are, perhaps, and so they fail the first time. And I don't know if it's some of the mentality of the student. They'll try once, and then they always have that retake option. They don't understand the importance of passing the first time. They don't, they just don't take it seriously, I suppose. Some of them don't, which is unfortunate, which is why we're kind of beefing up our pre-admission requirements and things like that to try and cut some of that off before that's the attitude of the student.
And you look at the overall ATI scores and how they break it down into the NCLEX test plan and how the students are doing. What are your main areas of weakness that come out on that ATI review?
So the main areas, are you speaking to like critical thinking, or are you thinking more
Or-
like pharmacology, like subject areas? So,
Pharmacology,
yes,
yeah,
so
basic care and comfort,
Right,
safety
so-
and infection control. What areas
Yeah, so
are they
it's
pointing out?
usually pharmacology is kind of a weak, but that's a big area that's embedded throughout the NCLEX. And I think that maybe students have the impression that you can memorize medications, and you can, but it's the critical thinking part about applying that knowledge to know how to use it within the nursing process and things like that, which a lot of them have it. But yes, so some of our weaknesses are those areas like pharmacology. care and comfort's usually pretty good, like psychosocial support, things like that, therapeutic communication. And it's just because some of those questions could be quite tricky, because what I perceive as therapeutic, the NCLEX may have a different view on that. I don't know, I feel like I'm digging my hole deep. I don't know what's in their head, really. I mean, we teach them, and they're very knowledgeable at the time of. It's just, I don't know if it's nerves, I don't know, but yes, we just had an ATI review, and it seemed with the representative coming to the faculty and showing
Yes,
us
that's-
when we do our proctored exams and things.
Right.
And it seemed like pharmacology is a big area of that we need to beef up on there and work on that.
And what is your, for like the pharmacology course, when they're taking that, what's the passing grade?
They usually pass with in order to pass the class, they have to be a 78 or higher, and most of them all of them achieve that. I don't believe we've had anybody fail the program because of pharmacology. I think the downside is that we split it into 2 semesters, so when they take their proctored exam, they're taking it in their second semester of pharmacology, and they're studying information from what they're learning that you need to go back and review all of it, but I think, so the proctored exam may not be an accurate view of so that's why we're trying to embed pharmacology through all 4 semesters to make it, because it is a big deal on the NCLEX. And so that's actually why we're stepping back and putting it in the J1 term, the J2, because they don't start it until J2, and then they go J2, S1. So we're going to make it where it's J1, J2, S1, S2, so they're getting it all 4 semesters, whether it be by review, like reviewing things that you've already know, but it's just to keep it fresh in their mind.
Well, I just wonder, with all these different testing companies that you've got, there's all kinds out there, right? That I wonder if the students are becoming confused, right? Because everybody's going to do it a little different way.
Of course.
And
Yeah.
and I'm wondering, maybe a strategy is, and your pathophysiology is taught at a different time than the pharmacology, like different semester?
It's taught in J1, yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. It's taught at a different time, so they don't start pharmacology until the next semester. So pathophysiology is their very first semester of nursing school.
I think a good strategy would be to have the folks that teach pharmacology get with the folks who teach pathophysiology and kind of teach that in unison. So when they're learning a drug in pharmacology, that's talked about in pathophysiology, how that application occurs. And I think that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And that's actually kind of how I had it in nursing school. I went to a different MUSC, and that's kind of how we did it. It was actually called, I think it was called pathopharmacology, actually, the class. So that's a good idea, of course.
And we know, I know we're kind of hung up on the patho arm, but that's a tripping point for students,
I agree. After seeing statistics and things, I totally agree. Also, we do embed the pharmacology like in their adult health class and things like that as well. So we're working on, so that's a very wonderful idea to incorporate it into pathophysiology as well. And even when we move the patho out, when they start taking that pharmacology in the first semester, we could bring patho in as well as a review, so to speak, to review that along with that pharmacology component.
Do you have pharmacology questions on every exam in every course?
I don't
Maybe
think so.
it's an
Yeah.
idea too, because I
Yes.
think once they think they've taken the course, it's like, I'm done.
That's it. You're
I don't-
exactly right.
I don't
They
have to worry
shelf
about
that
pharm.
subject. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, you worded it exactly how I was trying to. They kind of shelf that knowledge, and then they don't see how it applies, like each semester builds on each other, and they don't see how it applies to the upcoming course or the next. They're just worried about the present, what's happening today. Yeah.
I like the changes that you're looking towards implementing. My concern is waiting till fall of 2026 is too long. Is there any way the university will let you get it to spring?
Yes, we can
Okay.
certainly do that.
I-
Yes, ma'am.
I would encourage you to get that done in the spring as opposed to waiting till fall.
We could try. I'm sure with Dr. Hing's
will,
help.
yes.
Yeah, we can move it forward.
Yes.
How early in the program do you all start teaching test-taking strategies, how to deal with the test-taking anxiety?
We start in J1. We actually have counselors on hand that come. We have a boot camp the first week of official nursing school, and they come and talk about test-taking anxiety. We incorporate it throughout, but we actually have partnered with ATI, and it will launch, I think, next fall, where they do a 6-week module prior to entrance into nursing school that we're going to implement, and it will address the test-taking anxiety. Go ahead and start exposing them to test questions before even coming in to the program. These will be your pre-nursing students that are qualified and will be coming in. They have to take a 6-week module, and it addresses test-taking anxiety, NGN-type questions, the rigors of nursing school, and kind of study tips and things like that, things that maybe I can teach you how to study, but maybe it's not the right style for you. So these are going to be things like experts that teach them different study styles and how to take notes, how to listen for information that's relevant during lectures and things like that. So we do incorporate it every time, and we hope to exposure will relieve the anxiety, which is why we do dynamic quizzing throughout. We do all kind of NCLEX review courses throughout, and we actually test them NCLEX style questions, which I think all programs do that. But we're looking at actually moving it to where prior to we're going to start addressing the test taking anxiety.
Because 9 times out of 10, if they make it through nursing school, the knowledge is there.
It is.
And
You're
I'm just going
exactly
to tell
right.
you from experience of my own, I failed numerous times. And I had a great mentor who did not take me back through modules and material. She had me to take test questions over and over and over again, and only go back and read the why and explanation on the ones that I failed, and then the anxiety was gone.
Okay, yeah, the rationale. And we hope to do that we have a special topics class, which it is NCLEX review only, and the teacher, the instructor, that's all she does is NCLEX questions with them, and then makes them remediate with the ones they missed with the rationale and why, and kind of explain why you picked this answer over, the other. And so it's again, these are things that we've implemented, but it does take some time to kind of show it's working. It just takes a little bit of more time to show that it's working.
Piggyback that, does your faculty write rationale for each test question?
We actually, yes, and we actually use a lot
Shaking
of
their
the,
head behind you.
yeah, we actually use a lot of the test questions that are already in the ATI. We test through the ATI platform, so we
Oh, you
use.
do?
Yes, ma'am. So you may use some of the own question like that we get from the textbook kind of, but usually are questions that we, get from other areas, but 9 times out of 10, it's off of the ATI test bank that are relevant to what we've talked about in class.
So students can see that rationale at the end whenever they click on their score. They can go back through and review it.
Yes, ma'am, and review
Okay.
their own tests and remediate yes, ma'am.
Okay. Classroom style, is it mostly lecture? Do you do seminar, active learning? What does the classroom look like?
Well, the classroom, we do lecture, but we also incorporate lots of simulation because our classrooms are located right across the hallway from our sim lab. So we'll take the students to the sim lab and do a simulation. We did extend our class times this semester. We extended to 1 hour and 15 minutes, where prior we were 50 minutes for classes. So that helps out a lot with being able to teach some didactic and then doing an activity, a retention activity, or having them do a case study, a small group case study, and then we discuss it as a class. After you've given them some information, prior to, or we can walk them across the hall to use the simulation lab if we have a sim planned. All of us have simulation incorporated into our syllabi, where we take them to the sim lab for an entire, we may lecture you on, just for instance, I teach pediatrics, so I may lecture them on communicable diseases for peds, and then I might take them to the sim lab next class, and we'll have a scenario. This child has meningitis, this one has pneumonia, and we kind of break apart and run the sims, and then we debrief at the end and talk about our interventions and what we did right, wrong, that sort of thing. But yes, ma'am, we just got our sim lab fully functioning January of this year. I think the equipment came in. So we've been using it nonstop since we got it.
Are any of your faculty CHESI certified?
Not yet.
Do you graduate in December?
We do. We have two graduate in December, and then we have a May cohort as well.
Okay. How many are graduating in December? How many students?
December?
Do you-
12.
12.
Yes. That's four students we picked up from Limestone. We did take in some Limestone students, I will mention that.
Okay.
So we were originally at 8, and then we picked up 4 from Limestone that are there. So, and then our J1 cohort has like 5 Limestone students in it that were getting ready to start nursing school. So we picked those ones up as well.
I'm glad you were able to do that for them.
Yeah, we are too, yes.
Yeah.
They've seemed
Okay.
to fit right in.
Oh, good, good, good. Any other questions?
I think I'm still hung up a little bit on the anatomy and physiology. You said there was like very loose standards of how many times they got to retake that. Now you're backing it down to they can only retake once.
Well, it came out of a college-wide policy, actually, that, that our former dean kind of pushed through, and that was, because that was not the policy, I don't know when that, it was maybe 2 years ago, where it was like that, as like students maybe not meeting the requirement because they didn't do so hot. They had a bad semester, and so they didn't do so well on one course that maybe would have. So then it was like a retake policy. Well, it went college-wide because we voted on it as a college faculty, and so now the standard is kind of the students, especially like for programs like ours, where you have to apply to get in, teacher education, maybe they could retake whatever they needed. And I think it went from it's intended to be a one-time, and it turned into, it could, and if they don't get the score they want from our institution, they may take it at a tech school over the summer and transfer it in, and then we're to take the highest score that they got. So when, after seeing it and seeing what it's doing, we're like, that's why we're pulling back. And understood you may have a bad semester, so maybe something happened in that class or maybe you had one bad test performance and it impacted your grade adversely. Maybe retaking one science class is all that, so that's kind of why we're backing up on that, and in hopes that will kind of, again, strengthen our
think that's
student
good.
body. So yes, ma'am, I think it kind of got misinterpreted a little bit, by us included. And then, so now that we're seeing it in action, we're kind of like, let's back up off that a little bit. So that's why we've decided to do that for our personal, that's going to be a policy in our personal program. I can't speak college-wide, but that'll be for our admission criteria for our program. And
I
that
think
starts
that's
immediately.
great.
That's starting in, like, our new people that are coming through, that's starting now, yeah.
I think that for you.
Me as well.
How many faculty vacancies do you have?
Vacancies, well, we lost Dr. Lindler this week. We also lost a new hire. She also decided it wasn't, teaching wasn't right for her. So honestly, we're down to 3 faculty, and we probably need 6 full-time, like in total. So we're looking for 2 currently. I have had some applicants, so I'm hoping to set up interviews next week to kind of fill those positions as quickly as we can.
Are you finding applicants that have education experience?
Some do, some are wanting to get into education, they're like DMPs, and they're looking to get in based on expertise. And so, again, worth an interview, of course, but yeah, we have some that are education background. We're actually looking at a PharmD for pharmacology. I don't know if that would be too much education for nursing students, but we had someone share an interest in that, so we were looking at that as well, that option.
The nursing courses, what's the grade that you require for them?
Pre-nursing, so the GPA.
Yes.
We actually split it into 2. We do a science GPA, so that incorporates all of the anatomy, physiology, microbiology, like human biology and now the pathophysiology, that's a 3.0. And then the next set we look at is your English grade, 2 math requirement, 2 math, nutrition is a prerequisite, and that's also a 3.0. So they have to have a 3.0 in each separate GPA.
Any other questions? Is there anything else that you wanted to add?
Oh, just thank you for your time.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Make a motion, we move into executive session for purpose of legal counsel.
Second.
Favor? Motion carried. I'm just waiting to make sure we're back in open session. Okay, thank you. I got a thumbs up. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to say, as you are aware, the board has continued to work with Newberry College BSN to improve its nursing program and to increase the NCLEX passage rate, and we are committed to continuing to do so. It is the reason we continue to have you return to the board so that the board can understand the changes and improvements that Newberry continues to make to their nursing program. The board is very concerned that in the 2 of the past 3 years, Newberry has been significantly deficient and is on track to again fall below the standards. However, this process of working with Newberry to improve cannot be an indefinite process. The failure to see significant progress in the near future to ultimately maintain a passage rate at or above the South Carolina deficient level may result in Newberry needing to make difficult decisions whether to continue the nursing program. Likewise, if the nursing program continues without significant improvement in its pass rate, the board will also be faced with difficult decisions regarding whether to continue to approve the program, which could result in involuntary closure pursuant to the nursing board's regulations. Throughout your materials, you reference the CCNE benchmark of 80%. Please be aware that South Carolina standards are the national average minus 5%. For example, for 2024, the deficiency was 86.6%. Newberry will remain on a conditional status and must return in March of 2026. At that appearance, we expect to see documentation about successful implementation of changes you described today.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we're ready to move on to the Citadel.
Thank you.
Ready? The Citadel BSN nursing program was granted initial approval by the board in September of 2016. It graduated its first cohort of students in 2019. The Citadel has been cited for deficient NCLEX pass rates from 2019 through 2022. In September 2020, they appeared in front of the board. At that time, the board ordered a change in board approval status from initial to conditional. As of January 2023 meeting, the board ordered the continued downgrade of conditional approval, a return in July of 2023, and verbalized a strong warning of concern. In July of 2023, the board noted the program's success, kept the approval status of conditional, and ordered the program to return in September 2024. At that meeting, the board ordered the program to remain in conditional approval status and a reappearance in September 2025. In January of 2025, the Citadel was cited for deficient 2024 NCLEX pass scores. Dr. Sebask, head of the Swain Department of Nursing, and Dr. Zimmerman, Dean of the Swain Family School of Science and Mathematics, are here today to represent the program.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll need to have you sworn in, so just 1 second, and the court reporter will be right with you.
Raise your right hands for me. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Dr. Sabasic, what would you like to share with the board this morning?
Hi, good morning. So I'm here. We had 20 students graduate. We have a 75% first-time pass rate. We have had, there were 5 students who did not pass the exam on the first try. We've had 2 students who have taken it, pass on their second try. We have 2 that are pending, and 1 did not pass on the second try. So For the past 2 years, we've had 100% second-time pass rate. I acknowledge that, yes, we have a hard time getting that. Last year as well as this year, the difference of one student would have put us well into the 80 percentile or even 83% in some cases. So we do recognize that we are so close to that benchmark, but still pushing to get there. I do also want to note that our current junior class is, and this, I guess I asked the board to give us time to see where this junior year class goes. The reason I say that is when I came to the Citadel in 2021, we had a lot of groundwork to do to rebuild the program for sure. In 2023, the fall of 2023, we had our CCNE reaccreditation, and we did receive a 10-year reaccreditation. There was a tremendous amount of work between the time I arrived to get us prepared for CCNE. Following that, we realized as a faculty that the current curriculum wasn't working. So in 2023, we built a brand-new curriculum that included, it changed our current clinical, the clinical increase to well above 600 clinical hours, which is not where we are at the current moment. We're closer to the mid 400s, so a significant difference, and not in changing the nursing, what do I want to say, the actual credit load required for the degree. What we did change out was we removed one chemistry class, we removed a gerontology class, and those additional 7 credits became nursing courses. So 62 credits are allocated directly towards nursing content, and the clinical, we have taken our mental health clinical from a 7-week clinical to a 14-week Class N clinical, and we did the same with our community health. We went from a 7-week lecture and clinical to a 14-week lecture and clinical. So in adding all these clinicals, we also have maintained our 3 med-surg, our adult health 1, 2, and 3, and managed to squish in time. We see the value in keeping 3 med-surges, but have also added in a senior year preceptorship, and that is significantly where that, hopefully pulling it all back together and applying all the knowledge in an area in which they're interested, hopefully to have their future nursing career in. So I asked the board to give consideration to the fact that it is our current junior year class that is we're in this teach out, right? So in education, you have to give time for that teach out and all the pieces to take place. And so our current juniors are in that, and by this time next year, or by their senior year, they will have that precepted experience. So I am hoping that that class will give us a very different number, hopefully much more on the positive line. I do want the board to know that we have been diligent in breaking out, as you all know, we have an evening class that transfers 60 credits into our nursing program. And so they end up meeting in with where our current juniors will start. That's where our evening and our juniors come together. All that being said, what I want the board to know is that we have looked carefully and repeatedly year after year to determine the success rate of the cadets as well as the success of the evening students. And we do notice that this decline is definitely being pulled down by the cadet students. And I look at the courses, I've gone back through all the prerequisites that everybody has taken. I have a giant map with all the grids, all the GPAs, et cetera, and trying to map like where's that magic piece? What's the one piece? I know historically in nursing, it's microbiology, which seems to be the class. In our case, it's not. So I don't know if that's because it's the cadet student comes to us differently or because we're marrying two groups, but microbiology is not the course that makes or breaks. It's not a good predictor for us, is what I'm trying to say. So we have instituted numerous measures for our cadet class. We have their own, I know when I was here last time, I told you all the things that we have done, but we have put them together in the same barracks, so it's almost like their own living community, that they're with similar classmates that have the same study demand. We've instituted study hours that I oversee every Tuesday night. I'm sitting with them for an hour and a half. That's in addition to what the Citadel already builds in. So each student has learning. It's a learning time frame that the entire college from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. they have study hours, and then after that they're to go back to their barracks and lights out at 11. But we have added in nursing that I've taken out additional time every Tuesday that they have additional study hours with me for 2 hours. So we are trying on so many levels to meet them where they are and give them the resources that they need. We do have a nursing tutor who's a prior graduate of ours, who is available to both the evening students and the cadets. Our students, no matter who they are, evening or cadet, if they do not get an 80 on a nursing exam, they have to meet with the faculty member. This has been instituted for the past 3 years. We see this as a pertinent piece that you don't know what you got wrong unless you really know what you got wrong and you know why. I will tell you that I've met with students to go over exams and have identified learning disabilities as a result. To the point we'd be going over something and I'd ask a question like, well, why? And let's talk about that. Or the student would say, I've always been a bad test taker. And sure enough, an identified learning disability. So I do think we are doing our due diligence, and I know it's a lot to ask, but I think for me, what we need is time. We need to get to the point where our current juniors are seniors and they take the board exam and they have that more of that clinical experience. Because the one additional difference we anticipate to be a potential part of this is that our evening students come in balancing work and workload and being a student, and most of them work in a clinical setting. So they're patient care techs or some form, something in a healthcare industry. So they have that continued, what they're learning in class, they're getting to see it in their own practice wherever they're working as a patient care tech. And with the cadet population, that's not the case. We push hard as a faculty to ask them to, can't mandate them, but we push pretty hard to let them know that they really need to be working in a medical setup, whether inpatient, outpatient, it doesn't matter, but you need to be working with people in healthcare during the summer. So more and more are hearing our quest, I guess is a good word to use. I would also like to say that when I started at the Citadel, we had 3 clinical sites that we used as our clinical partnerships, and we now have 24. It has been an absolute meet people, what do you have, just looking at different avenues for our students to learn and more opportunities to expose them to diverse populations. And how do we relook at nursing education? How do we look at that outpatient sector and really see the medical needs that they have and tie it back to our classroom? So while we have clinical agreements with all the local hospitals within the Charleston area, but we've also had Spartanburg and McLeod come to us and ask if they could be a partner with us instead of us going the other way. So I think our graduates tell our story well. I believe they are excellent employees, and I have heard that. We're just trying to get them over this bush. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Sabasic, how many are in the junior class?
I'm 24.
And then if I'm doing the math correctly, so they'll be graduating in 2027, juniors to
Correct.
26, and
Yes.
then that's May of 2027?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. That is a downside of us, our small class sizes, for sure. But I will tell you, what I actually didn't say is, since I arrived here, we have almost doubled our numbers, and in doing so, we received notification. We currently have an ad out for new positions, so we have a new tenure track line open to address the growth that we have, and we also have a site study going on in the summer to actually gain additional nursing classroom space and another nursing sim lab.
Luck with
Thank you.
other questions.
What feedback have you gotten from students that have taken the test since you've implemented changes?
Our current juniors, you mean, our
No,
seniors,
the ones that
graduates?
have, the recent graduates that have taken the NCLEX after you've made changes to the program. Have you gotten any feedback from them on the changes?
Yes, I was actually meeting, one of our prior grads popped in just last week, and he's coming off of his orientation 4 weeks in, he's in the ER, and I asked if he felt prepared, and he said 100%. He said my preceptor, that's orienting him right now is very excited with his growth and how he's progressed in this setting and getting off of orientation in 4 months. And he said to him, so it was a male preceptor too, this happened to be a male cadet, and he said, "You got to get me some more of you kind of guys." He said, "We've got some in the other," and he named the other departments where I do know our prior grads from other years were. And the preceptor just said, I love orienting you guys. So I was on a call recently, just this week, with another hospital group that it's kind of a consortium sort of group, and in part of that, I was being asked to present just a little bit about what Citadel nursing is like, and in doing so, the others that were on this group happen to be some nurse managers and et cetera, and you know how Zoom meetings are these days, you see the person's name except for like maybe 3 or 4 that are actually present, and 2 or 3 popped on visually to say, "Hey, I have your students," or your graduates actually, and their first words were, "I love them," or "Bring me more," or "They're doing great." So I do believe that what we produce at the end of the day is a good, solid nurse. I do believe that. And our graduates do come back and have told us that. We've had a couple who are progressing on to, they're interested in going to CRNA school, and one has applied and been accepted. We've had others who have gone on to NP school, but honestly, our grads stay at the bedside. Most of them just they're resilient in the bedside, which is, I think that comes from being at the Citadel, quite frankly. I've had nurse managers tell us that because, when we have our community advisory meetings, that's why you're doing them, right? You're trying to go like, what do we need to improve on? What are you seeing with our grads? And they tell me that they're resilient. And I said, well, good, because that's what we're trying to build. But they say they handle stress well. And so, again, while the Citadel can be a detriment, honestly, and why I'm sitting here right now, it's also a plus when they get into the clinic, when they actually get into their career. The employers will tell me that they don't get rattled. They said a code could go on, or how any given day is, you got a whole bunch of things going on, and they're able to compartmentalize. They're able to, time management is a strength that I hear from employers. So.
Thank you. Because, we're here for the test scores, and it's important for their test taking abilities and to meet our rates for pass rate. But at the end of the day, we also want good quality nurses that are knowledgeable. So thank you.
Thank you.
A little bit, so I see starting in 2019, the pass rate was 61.9, 64.7, 2021, 69.4, 2022, 48.2, 2023, 86.7, and then 2024, 75. What do you think was the success in that 2023 year? And what do you, could it be the student makeup? What changed where you didn't obviously fall off as far as you have in the past, right? But did something change program or in the student makeup?
It's possible in the student makeup. I'm looking at my numbers. They were our class sizes. We had 15 then. I think maybe a different of probably the class makeup. I honestly can't give you an exact as to why, because I was hoping that 86.7, we were on the right path. At that point, the whole curriculum, well, the new curriculum wasn't built, but I will say our older program, if you will, was rebuilt. It was rebuilt from its foundation. more checks and balances, assessments, evaluations continued. We had to do that. And I came in the June of 2021. So I really think it's this small class size, because if last year or this year, if just one additional student would have passed, we'd be over that 80% marker. So I think it's a small class size number. I know that's not the answer I'm sure you want to hear. We are pushing. This year, we're using ATI, so we have fully moved to ATI this year. What I will say is we've used Kaplan in the past, and Kaplan was not a good predictor for us. So when I arrived, Kaplan was instituted just that. I arrived in June, Kaplan was instituted in the spring. So that major fall in 2022, I think there wasn't time to address all of that. Kaplan for us has been, I'm looking at my percent rates, from a predictability standpoint for our students, anywhere from 13% to 25% was all they, of an accuracy. So we, having looked at all of that, looking at our students and how Kaplan was being implemented, we pulled that out and we are now into ATI fully. Last year we had ATI for freshmen to juniors, but we didn't want to switch it on our seniors for one last semester. So we let our seniors stay with Kaplan. So I don't know, and I'm kind of hoping that maybe ATI will be a better predictor for our students. But back to your original question as to why that one year was better than another, I can't equate any particular thing to that. Our faculty are the same faculty who were teaching then. So I really don't know. We had our tutors. We've actually strengthened our program since that time. So I don't know if it was just happened to be a little bit of good luck or the student makeup or something clicked different. I really don't know. Yeah.
Any other questions? Hearing none, Dr. Spacek, is there anything else that you wanted to add?
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Make a motion, we move into executive session for purpose of legal counsel.
All in favor? Motion carried. Motion carried. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to say, as you're aware, the board continues to be concerned that in 5 of the past 6 years, the Citadel has been significantly deficient and may again fall below the standards this year. However, the board recognizes the substantial curriculum overhaul and improvements that have been implemented. The board would like to allow for the cohorts that have been educated through this new curriculum to take the NCLEX. However, please be aware that failure to see the passage rate at or above the South Carolina deficient level for the 2027 cohort will most likely result in the Citadel needing to make difficult decisions on whether to continue the nursing program. Likewise, the board will also be faced with difficult decisions regarding whether to continue to approve the program, which could result in involuntary closure pursuant to the nursing board's regulations. The Citadel will remain on conditional status and must return in September 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
In favor? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next on the schedule is a comfort break until 10:40, until 10:40. So comfort break till 10:40.
If we could cut the YouTube and the WebEx for that time. Thank you.
I think we are ready to begin back, so we can open YouTube back. And next on the agenda is Denmark Technical College. We're good to go? Okay. All right.
Denmark Technical College Practical Nursing Program appears before the board today for deficient 2020 to 2022 NCLEX scores. In January 2023, the program reappeared in front of the board at the meeting. The board ordered a continued downgrade of the board approval status of conditional approval and to return July of 2023 and verbalized a strong warning of concern. In July 2023, the board accepted the presentation and ordered the program to remain in conditional status with a return before the board in January 2024. At that meeting, the board ordered the program to remain on conditional approval and return September 2024. The board accepted the information presented and ordered them to remain in conditional status with a return before the board in September 2025. Ms. Karen Myers is here today representing the program.
Good morning. Anyone who's going to speak today will need to get you sworn in with the court reporter, so just 1 second, please.
You'll put your right hands for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning. What would you like to share with the board?
All right, I sent some information in previously, but today I'm just going to acknowledge our deficient rates from 20 to 22 and highlight our improvements from 2023 current. In the paperwork, we address barriers as faculty shortage, high faculty turnover, certain limitations, and little to no NCLEX prep integrated into the curriculum. Since then, we started this year full staff at the beginning of the year. Recently, we had a resignation due to some health issues. We have submitted to have that position posted. We have had since then ATI products integrated into our curriculum. Full review, starting off with NCLEX NGN questions. We have instituted a timing on all exams by semester. So the first semester, each test item, the student gets 2 minutes. By the time we get to that second semester, 1.5 minutes. Each test item in the third semester, they're down to 1 minute a question. We find that this has built their critical thinking muscle. They also have test-taking strategy seminars in the first semester and the last semester. To improve our NCLEX PN performance, we ensure that all exams follow the PN test plan that is online. We make sure once the student starts that pharmacology course in spring, we make sure pharmacology and nursing dosages on every test from that point on until the end. We introduce and require NCLEX prep courses and adaptive test tools. So if a student is unsuccessful on any proctored assessment that's required to pass into the next course, they have to go to a individualized targeted remediation process that lasts 14 days, and they must be successful in all of that remediation to do their second attempt. We also instituted since a 2-week boot camp where we review the PN test plan, NGN test items, test taking skills, test anxiety. We start from the beginning with fundamentals, med-surg, pharmacology, gerontology, maternity, and peds. We review any nursing skills. We have virtual and in-person simulation. The virtual simulation takes place in ATI through Swift River, and we have our own moderate fidelity mannequins inside of our nursing skills lab where we run certain patients and have a in-person simulation with up to 4 students, one being the charge nurse. One student is going to be the PN nurse. We have a nurse assistant and a quote-unquote unit secretary or observer type situation. We also, for curriculum and review and revision, We have extended class times for our med-surg courses, the time they spend with us a day. We extended that length, the time they're in that class for our med-surg courses and our pharmacology courses. Over the time, we have found that they require more time to digest that content and ask more questions. So that's one thing we do inside of those two courses. We make sure that our students have the complete ATI bundle because we want to make sure they have that 3-day NCLEX review, and they also participate in that virtual ATI that they start 12 weeks prior to completing the program, because we want to make sure upon completion they have that green light to test on top of that, passing that comprehensive predictor, okay? So our action plan for faculty development, we are planning to hire additional faculty to assist with our ratios in clinical and didactic. For student support, we instituted midterm failure meetings. Any student that is less than 80% at the midterm, they have to schedule a meeting with me. It's a requirement. We go over the purpose of that session. I have a listing of questions the student answers that talks about how they prepare for the class, how they approach their homework, how do they study and prepare before an exam, and how do they take notes inside of class. For financial support, we have partnered with the Future Freedom Loan Initiative, and that gives up to $20,000 for students who may experience financial barriers or hardships during that time in school, whether it's they're trying to work to make ends meet, but that is an option for them if they want to apply for that loan, and it doesn't come back on the school if they default in the loan, so it assists them. We also, along with the midterm failure meetings, it's a mandatory 2 times a week tutoring with an instructor. We also institute a mandatory 3 hours a week of tutoring virtual on our online platform, tutor.com. So in 2022, that's where we made our transition from Kaplan to ATI. It was not a requirement to meet the new statutes that we set forward, but we made sure every student completed a proctored exam, and we make sure they know where they were in their areas of concern. By the time we got to 2023, we had 10 students in that cohort. Kaplan has already been completed, and we have done away with that. Now we have ATI fully. Out of our 10 students, we have 8 students who made a 90% or higher probability of passing the NCLEX, and they did not have to repeat their comprehensive predictor. Out of the last 2 students, they went through a rigorous 14-day remediation process where we reviewed all of their areas of concern. They met with 2 staff members. They had to have individualized sessions with 2 staff members. We do that because each staff member has a different way of teaching, so we want to make sure we cover the basis for the students' understanding during those 14 days. And on their second attempt, both of those students were successful. And we finished out that year with a 96%, the cohort's probability of passing the NCLEX. And on that year, 100% of our cohort passed their NCLEX on the first time. We finished that year with a 90.48 closing year pass rate. In 2024, we had 13 students. Our cohort probability of passing the NCLEX was 93%. All 12 of our students made that initial benchmark of in the 90th or higher percentile to pass the NCLEX. We had 1 student who needed to be remediated for 14 days. On that student's second attempt, they made in the 99th percentile of passing their NCLEX. And that year, 2024, we had 100% of that cohort pass the NCLEX on their first time. Now we have 2025. We pinned 20 students on August 21st of this past month. On our first try, we had 16 students who initially made the 90% or higher in the percentile probability of passing the NCLEX. We had 4 students who needed to remediate for the 14 days. And when those 4 students took their second attempt, they made in the 99th percentile or higher. So we finished with a 95 percentile of cohort probability of passing the NCLEX. So now we are in our boot camp phase with these students. We have been just starting from the beginning, hitting the necessary items. And we're at the point now in the boot camp where each student has all of their proctored exams, their areas of concern, and we're really honing in on those areas where they were anywhere from 50% or below. And we reached a point where they weren't 50% or low, so any 80% below, we're working on those areas to really make sure they have those down before they go to test. But all of those students have the green light. I believe we have already one student, she's still coming to boot camp, but she took her NCLEX last week and she passed. But she's still coming to boot camp. She said, I'll be there. I'm like, okay.
She's the cheerleader and the encourager
She's
of
like,
the
"I
other
passed, but I'll
students.
be
Come on,
there."
you can do
She's
it.
like, are y'all gonna let
Oh
me
my
come? I'm like, sure, come on. But job, but it's gonna help me, you know, so she's still wanting to come, so.
Oh my God.
So right now, those are the steps we have made to make our major overhaul and improvement. We're proud of ourselves, I'm proud of my staff, and all of the hard work is taken to get to this part, so.
When will those other students test? The one students encourage them, going, come on, you guys can do it. Go tomorrow, go tomorrow.
Well, we have,
Thursday.
okay, so they have a group chat that they talk in all the time. There's 5 of them that have their authorization to test. They've been holding it for a week now. They want one more day of boot camp, and we're trying to go next week. We gonna do it. We go. So I'm just like, I'm not worried about them. Usually there's a couple, I'm like, come to school. Do you need Saturday, Sunday? But I'm not worried about them. The other ones, they have some issues with paperwork, so as soon as they get it, they'll test. But
Okay.
this is a pretty solid group.
Thank you. Questions?
You kept referring to the ATI bundle. Can you explain that again for me?
So the full bundle, they come in like 3 stages. Some things don't some things don't include all of the products. I wanted to have all of the products available to the students because they learn different. They pick up on things different. So it includes these modules, certain modules like Engage, hospitality. It even goes on how to be a charge nurse. They even have this AI thing they have now where it doesn't matter if you've taken the proctored exams. They look at the homework you do, like the weekly assignments, and they pull out your areas of concern from those, and they give you a test plan or a study plan that will help them strengthen their knowledge of the content. And that also includes the 3-day review process, and it includes the virtual ATI with their own person that follows them.
I would just like to say, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Excuse me. I think I inhaled my air. I just want to say congratulations.
It's just in case you need help.
Maybe it is this room.
CPR.
But I do want to say congratulations. I don't know if you have been there since your scores were so low, or you're in a new.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Took it seriously, and you really have shown that. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So you got me all choked up.
I know.
If you had to pinpoint, this is a difficult question, 1 or 2 areas that you could say, this is our success. This is the big change that we made that is driving our success. Can you think of 1 or 2 areas that you could pinpoint maybe?
One area was the extra time. Being available, making it a requirement to have that extra time. Because if they come to class and they just leave, they're not going to say, I don't understand this content. Some of them are not going to be that forward. Now, a lot of them will. So we find that we lengthened the class time. We gave them time to, okay, we went over this. What do you have questions about? And when they saw that, oh, they're serious, we're staying here, we're not going anywhere. Oh, well, I didn't understand when you start talking about, the cranial nerves and how that affects this, or diabetes and insulin. So we break it down, and sometimes we break them up, like we half the group. One half goes with another instructor, and half stays with one. And then we switch midway through. So you get all the point of views And between one or three of us, someone's going to break it down to a point where you understand. Yes. The other thing was, we looked back at the entrance exam, the T's, and we found the area they were low in. And we put measures in place to reinforce that area. Some people, it was English or a problem with understanding. We know those are people we have to work with comprehension. Some people, it was certain areas in science. Well, we know, nursing is a science. So we made extra things, engaging activities for them to better understand things. Like, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Like, for one thing, just the process of the blood going through the heart. We took them all outside behind the building, labeled a sheet, and they just followed through the process of the heart. And while they're out there working and playing and being engaged, they're also learning. So they're not going to remember, oh, we were in the hot sun. They're going to remember, you remember when you were over there by King Hall and she told you to go to this? And so that's what they remember during the test.
Yeah.
Because I see them going like, and I'm just like, I don't know what's going on, but the answer better be right.
True. Yeah.
Like,
I love that creativity, and I too want to give you our congratulations. This is huge, huge.
You think having that financial resource?
huge.
Yes.
Huge. A lot of them still try to work. They leave work, they come to class. They can't. After a 12-hour shift, you can't comprehend anything. I barely could comprehend to get my keys in the door to go inside the house. So after that, they're drowsy in class and they have to stay there. Now they can work when the PRN. They have that money to float them through those 3 semesters. I tell them all the time, you can do anything in 3 semesters. Takes that load off of them.
Have you had any issues with clinicals?
No.
Been able to find a place for clinicals?
Yes, no, they're very supportive in our service area. Now we're trying to beat them off with a stick because all the free community events. And I'm like, no, we have clinical. Oh, well, we can move the date. Oh, my goodness. You'll be there. So we've been good on clinicals.
I just want to say great work. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Anything else? Anything else you wanted to add?
Nope, I just appreciate you guys' time and patience. Took us a minute, but we got there.
That's all right.
That's
100%
what matters.
end result is whoop, we're celebrating. Yeah. Hearing nothing else then, is there a motion?
A motion that we move into executive session to seek.
All in favor? Motion carried. Motion carried. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that Denmark Technical College LPN be moved from conditional approval to full approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Selfie with you. That's
guys so
amazing. Yep. Go buy yourself some sweet lunch. Yeah.
Then I'm going to
Celebratory.
start acing.
Congratulations.
Welcome.
Keep up the good work.
Maybe Pete. Next up is ECPI Charleston ADN, and is there a recusal?
Yes, me.
Okay. We will come get you when we are finished.
ECP University Charleston Campus ADN program is here today for a follow-up NCLEX deficiency. The program was cited in 2022 through 2024 for deficient NCLEX scores. The program appeared in front of the board in March of 2024. At the time, the board lowered the approval rating to conditional in order to return September 2024. The program was surveyed in April 2024. At the July board meeting, the program was granted approval for 5 years, ordered to remain conditional, and returned in January of 2025. At that meeting, the board ordered the program to remain on conditional approval status and to reappear before the board in their September 2025. Dr. Sweat, Director of Nursing Education, Registered Nursing, ECPI University, North Charleston campus, is here today representing the program. She is joined by Mr. James Weaver, the campus president.
We'll need to get you both sworn in just a second.
Your right hands for me. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you both.
Dr. Gillette, what would you like to share with the board this morning?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our ongoing plan of correction. Improving NCLEX performance has remained our highest priority, and I'm pleased to report steady and significant progress. In 2022, our first-time pass rate was 68.3%. That increased to 77.4% in 2023 and 84.2% in 2024. Current board published statistics for 2025 through second quarter show our first-time pass rate stands at 96.88%. These results demonstrate both sustained improvement and a strong alignment with national expectations. This process is the direct result of consistently implementing our NCLEX improvement plan. Early implementation of key elements included enhanced support for at-risk students through early identification and targeted remediation, refinement of teaching and testing strategies to ensure alignment with NCLEX standards, structured integration of NCLEX prep products across the curriculum. We have also continued with innovative approaches that directly strengthen student learning. Case-based learning integrated into each course has deepened students' critical thinking, clinical reasoning, and application of knowledge. Simulation-based experiences have provided safe, high-quality opportunities for students to practice decision-making, communication, and situational awareness. In addition, enhancements to our LPN to RN transition course have improved role transition, scope of practice, and prioritization skills, resulting in stronger outcomes for this group of students. Student feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. Evaluations highlight increased confidence, improved problem solving, and greater appreciation for the supportive learning environments created by faculty in both the classroom and simulation lab. Faculty, in turn, have noted stronger performance in higher-level courses, more engaged learners, and students who feel better prepared for exams, clinical experiences, and ultimately the NCLEX. In closing, we remain committed to sustaining this upward trajectory. Through continued monitoring, faculty development, and comprehensive student support, we are confident in our ability to maintain compliance with both state and national benchmarks. The results from early 2025 affirm that our strategies are effective, scalable, and sustainable moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations on your increase in scores.
Thank you.
That is huge, huge. Yeah, I know. I feel your sigh of relief.
Do you feel it?
All the way
Yes.
across the room.
I know.
Yes. Yeah. Questions? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion that we move into executive session, legal advice.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carried. Is there a motion?
Board continues to be concerned that in 3 of the past 4 years, ECPI Charleston has been deficient. However, the board recognizes the substantial curriculum improvements that have been implemented. The board also notes the continued upward momentum in the impressive year-to-date scores. ECPI will remain on conditional status and must return in September 2026.
Is there a second? All in favor? Motion carried. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Keep those scores going.
They're up.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
The reminder to everyone, be very cognizant of your microphone as they are on WebEx.
First of all, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. And we can hear you. I sort of wanted a test first. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right, we're ready to begin.
Nightingale
All right.
College.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a little introduction that we do first, and then I'll need to have you sworn in by the court reporter. And do you need to see, Tina, driver's licenses or anything for?
If we can just have them identify themselves and spell their names, my eyes can't see quite that far, so that'll be sufficient.
Okay. Go ahead and have whoever is here for Nightingale, go ahead and identify yourself and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Good morning. Absolutely. Pleasure to be with you. My name is Blake Halliday. First name Blake. Last name Halliday, Halladay. And I am the Director of Regulatory and Legislative Strategy for Nightingale Education Group and Nightingale College.
Thank you. Anyone
And
else intend to speak?
Next.
My name's Joni Krupa. I'm the Director of Nursing at Nightingale College. My name is spelled Joanie. Last name is Krupa.
Thank you. Next.
That's it. Just the two of us today.
Very good. If each of you would raise your right hands, I'll swear you in at this time. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you both.
Okay, hold on one second before you get started. You have a very bird's eye view of us, and just so that you're clear, we all are paying attention. However, there are 3 screens around us, and due to overhead fluorescent lighting, it is sometimes difficult to see. So if you see somebody turning around or whatever, they are in fact listening to you. It's actually they're trying to look at you as well.
Understood. This is the virtual world that we live in nowadays, right? Every conversation starts off with, can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, yes.
Totally understood. Thank you.
So there'll be a little bit of an introduction, and then I'll say, okay, what would you like to share with us today? So just 1 second, please.
Dr. Cooper, DNP, Director of Nursing Education, is requesting approval for Nightingale College BSN program to conduct pre-licensure clinical experiences in South Carolina hospitals. Documents provided to the board are in the reading material. At the June ACON meeting, the committee unanimously voted to recommend declining the request at this time. Adding the program may make a request at a later time when they have met the NCLEX standards for South Carolina. Blake Halliday, Director, Regulatory and Legislative Strategy, is also representing the program.
Mr. Holliday, are you going to begin?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you folks this morning. It's early in Salt Lake City, Utah, but it's a pleasure to be here with you. As I mentioned, I am the Director of Regulatory and Legislative Strategy for Nightingale Education Group and Nightingale College, here with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Joni Krupa. Nightingale College is a Utah-based nursing education program, and we are fully accredited by the Northwest Commission of Colleges and University, and CCNE is the accreditor for our bachelor's degree program, which we are fully accredited in that program as well, fully approved here in Utah. And we're happy to be here with you this morning to discuss any questions that you may have regarding Section 91-6 of the Department of Labor Regulations, out-of-state nursing programs conducting clinical experiences in South Carolina. Hopefully you have the letter in the packet that we submitted, that our colleagues submitted. I guess it's been a number of weeks now prior, but we're happy to answer any questions regarding that section.
And yes, sir, we do have your packet of information that you sent.
Thank you.
I attended the ACON meeting where you had your presentation, so I've had an opportunity to have all my questions answered. So I will now open it to the board members to ask any questions that they would like.
I think we're just concerned, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on with the program and plans to improve, as you've consistently been below the national pass rate and the South Carolina pass rate?
So we are happy to come back to the board and talk about Nightingale's stance on first-time pass rates and the harm that they're causing to the nursing industry, in line with NCSBN's recent studies, the National Academy of Medicine's Future of Nursing report. However, today we are here seeking the board's approval as an out-of-state nursing program conducting clinical experiences in South Carolina. And first-time pass rates are not one of the criteria for approval under Section 91-6.
I think it just leads to concern about students doing clinicals in the site, and the structure of the program is where we're kind of concerned.
Again, totally understand your concern. We have a very strong opinion on pass rates, and we have a very robust program to help our learners get through the program. We have a very good success on that. However, again, the discussion today is Section 91-6. The approval criteria are as defined in that section. Clinical experiences must be conducted within the scope of practice for the licensed practical nurse or registered nurse as defined in the South Carolina Nurse Practice Act, which they are. And then our letter speaks to sections B and C of that section. To obtain South Carolina Board of Approval, we must submit a letter of request, which we did. And we must meet the following criteria. The program must be on full approval status in the state of origin, which we are. Supervision of students in the clinical area is required, which always happens. We will ensure that our faculty will be on site, always are. And if precepted clinical experiences are requested, the program ensures that they'll be conducted in accordance with South Carolina regulations and policies, which we definitely meet and will follow those policies. And any written clinical affiliation agreements will be in place, which is always our policy, and there's one included in our packet.
Any other questions? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I make a motion, we move into executive session for purpose of legal counsel.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. Is there a motion to come out of executive session into open session?
So moved.
Favor? Motion carried. Is there a motion?
Yes. Due to our standards in South Carolina for the practice of nursing and our duty to protect the public in South Carolina, we will be denying your request to conduct clinicals in South Carolina. We expect everyone conducting clinicals in South Carolina to meet the same standards to ensure our confidence in the level of professionalism and safe nursing care being provided to our patients in clinical sites. We wish you all the best.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for your time. We appreciate it. We'll be in touch. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
All right, next we are moving on to Brunswick, and that is also on WebEx. So we'll need to get you sworn in. If you hold on just 1 second, whoever's going to speak for Brunswick College, just a sec.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Shailene Ball,
Spell your first name.
Shaylene, last name Ball.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who will speak also?
Yes.
Could you introduce yourself, ma'am?
You might be muted.
You are definitely muted. If you look down at the bottom of your screen, there should be a microphone.
Okay, I'm so sorry. My computer had gotten rid of that bottom display bar, so I couldn't find it. I apologize. My name is Callie Myatt. It's Calley. My last name is Myatt, Myatt.
Thank you. Will it just be the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. If you would each raise your right hands, I'll swear you in at this time. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you both.
Okay.
Ms. Shailene Ball, RN, Director of Nursing Programs, is requesting approval for Brunswick Community College's Nursing Department to conduct pre-licensure clinical experiences in South Carolina hospitals. Documents provided to the board are in the read-ahead material. At the last ACON meeting, the committee unanimously voted to recommend approval of the request. Ms. Ball is representing the program by way of WebEx.
Ms. Ball, what would you like to share with the board this afternoon? Oh, it's still this morning. Sorry, it's 11:59.
One more moment.
Yes.
Thank you, board, for allowing us to come and request clinical experiences. We are a pre-licensure associate degree and practical nursing program about 15 minutes from the state line of South Carolina. We would like to petition the board to be able to conduct clinical experiences at the McLeod Health Facilities just across the border in Seacoast and McLeod down in Loris. We have currently 102 nursing students. We do have clinical facilities up in the North Carolina area where we are located. However, we do share our largest hospital with 5 other nursing schools. So I know all across the country, everyone jockeys for clinical spaces, but our students it can be a mutual benefit for the South Carolina facilities as well as our nursing schools, since we are so close, and both of our schools both of our states are compact states. Our students can graduate and come to work for those healthcare facilities down in the South Carolina area. Actually, the faculty member that is on with me currently did just that. She graduated and now she works for McLeod and can vouch for the experiences that those clinical experiences that can assist our students with gaining the experience that they need to go out into the world. Our programs are both ASIN accredited, both the PN and the ADN program, and we are full approval from the North Carolina Board of Nursing.
I wasn't sure if, and I forgot her name already, and I didn't write it down. If you want to speak
Callie?
as well, Callie. But I wanted to call her Ms., her last name. I wrote down Callie, and I didn't get your last name. Sorry.
That's okay. No worries at all. It's Maya. So yeah, thank you guys for having us here with you all. And to just kind of mirror what Shay was saying, we would love to have our students have clinical rotations in South Carolina, specifically at McLeod, just because it's proven to be such an exceptional environment. Speaking as a McLeod Health employee, we've received numerous accolades and awards for clinical excellence, including an A Leapfrog rating this year. We really have a big commitment to quality and safety, and I believe that our students would benefit tremendously from learning and training there, not even just in developing their clinical skills, but also in the experience of like a supportive, patient-centered environment. I think that truly sets McLeod apart. And speaking candidly, I discussed this with Shay earlier. I am a registered nurse there. I work in the emergency department, and I would make probably $5 to $6 less working at McLeod than I would at a North Carolina facility. And I would absolutely choose McLeod every single time, just because of the environment that it provides. So I would love for our students to be able to have that experience as well.
Thank you. Questions by board members?
Do you have an idea of how many students would be coming to South Carolina for clinical?
At a single time, we would do probably maybe 1 to 2 rotations. Each rotation, the clinical ratio that we have, we prefer a 1 to 6 ratio. I'm in the North Carolina area, our Board of Nursing says it can be 1 to 10, but there's no way possible at our facility. I would even prefer less. 1 to 4, 1 to 5 would be great, but no more than 1 to 6 at a time. And again, no more than 1 to 2 clinical rotations at a time.
Do you have a percentage of your students that reside in South Carolina? Just out of curiosity.
Currently, to be honest, I think that we do not have any students that reside in the state of South Carolina. However, just across the border, we do have several students who live in it's the Calabash area, which is just across the state line. Many of our students do go south once they have completed our program into some of the facilities. Our PDNs go south to work in some of the office settings, but we would love to be able to have our registered nursing class go and actually experience the McLeod area, again, to help benefit nursing shortages in South Carolina and North Carolina, because we know that that's all about as well.
Right. Speaking to that, I'm a good example of that. I live 15 minutes from the South Carolina line and about 20 minutes from McLeod Seacoast and Little River. So geographically speaking, the area is fairly small. So there's a lot of overlap there.
Any other questions? Will it be a faculty member that will be coming to McLeod to do the clinical sessions themselves?
Yes, we do faculty-led clinical rotations. The only time that it would be a preceptor-led clinical rotation would be for our ADN students in their final course, which is NUR 213. Our North Carolina Board of Nursing requires 120 hours of preceptor led. It's called the Focus Client Care Experience. And the other hours that they would be doing would be our faculty. We don't just pair our students. Our faculty are there. They are with our students the entire time that they are there taking care of patients.
Since you will be crossing the border from North Carolina to South Carolina, will you also please share with the students that should they want to become a nurse in South Carolina, they would be practicing under a different practice act than North Carolina? So they should be aware that the scope of practice of an RN, and that just when you were talking about the differences reminded me, the scope of practice of an RN in North Carolina may be a little bit different than South Carolina, and that they should look up the Practice Act in South Carolina.
Definitely, that would be if you guys grant approval, then definitely we will make the students aware of the differences and pull up the actual acts so that they can see. We do have a PN program, but the only time that the PN students would be coming to those South Carolina facilities would be for maybe an observation rotation, simply because the scope of practice is so very different for the PN students than what we have up in the North Carolina area. So again, the associate degree nursing students would be, providing hands-on care to the patients, but the PN students, if they come to South Carolina, would only be, again, in an observation experience.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to move into the executive session and to seek legal advice.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. Oh, I'm just talking about her. Yes, thank you. I find it kind of creepy.
I know, I was.
Very. Well, I did, because 3:30 in the morning, I was. Is there a motion? A feedback? 1 second.
Okay. I'm going to ask that y'all both mute for a minute so that you can hear the motion, because right now there's a big feedback loop on our end. Great. Thank you so much. That solved it. That way we can all hear each other.
I'm sorry. Is there a motion to come out of executive session into open session? So moved. Favor? Motion carried. Is there a motion?
There is the motion. Brunswick Community College, we give you a motion to approve to conduct clinicals in South Carolina.
Second. Favor? Motion carried. Good luck.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it very much.
Good luck. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. That should be the end of open sessions and our YouTube.
And as we will be moving in, as we no longer have any WebEx appearances for this of the day, we can disengage the WebEx. They believe. We can check during lunch, but my understanding was that they are now coming in person,
was
unless
coming.
that has changed again.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder if the weather and he didn't
Okay,
come.
well,
Never mind,
Never
check
mind then.
that, because we thought he was not, he was coming in person because he was going to visit some other folks at LLR, so we thought he was in person. Okay, never mind.
okay, well, we are at the part of the agenda to have a break for lunch, so.
Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved. We'll be discussing legal matters as well.
Sorry, yeah. All in favor? All right, we are now, motion carried, and we are now in open session. So while we are waiting to hear from Mr. Grubb from CE Broker, I'm going to go ahead and move on with my board chair report. And the first thing that is on that board chair report is the strategic plan that the work group of Dr. Holder, Dr. Wickham, and myself worked on, shared with you 2 meetings ago, which would have been March, and gave it to you for edits and to take a peek at. And then July, I wanted you to make sure you were absolutely fine with it so you could confirm, and we would be ready to present it. I think I presented the draft, and then there weren't any changes to the draft, so then we presented how it looks right now to you in July for a vote in September. So are there any corrections, additions, or changes to the strategic plan? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to accept the strategic plan as it's written.
Second.
I know there were some concerns because John was part of the writing, but I think it's okay that he can put forth the motion as long as it's seconded and goes, and everyone votes, similarly to how the nomination committee sometimes.
If he doesn't, I can do it. I mean, whatever's appropriate.
I think we're fine.
Okay, so it was moved by Dr. Wickham and seconded. Oh, Ms. James. Okay, that, that we approve the strategic plan. All in favor? Okay, moving forward with it. Motion carried. So can we get these put up on the website? Can we strategic plan put up on the website? And what I would like is for us to review this on at least a yearly, there he is, at least a yearly basis. So definitely by next November's meeting. I don't know if you want to develop another work group to take a look at it to see how it's being implemented and following through with it. And then that work group could bring to the November meeting how we're doing, and if goals, if any of the goals need to be restructured, redone, if it needs to be edited, since this is our first go at a formal strategic plan. So I'm pass that out to the universe for you to think about when we go to 2026.
Just for clarity for board staff, when you say you want it, when the board is indicating that they would like it on the website, would you like it on the main landing page of the website, or would you like it under the tab that says the board and the strategic plan could be there? Where?
Main landing page. I think it needs to be front and center.
Would you like it to be an alert, or would you just like it to be on the landing page?
Both. Alert, since it's brand new, but we can pull the alert down after 60 days, 90 days. We can pull the alert down and then leave it on the landing page.
I see Ms. Murdoch writing, so I think we're good.
Okay. And then I will defer the rest of my report. Thank you very much. I will defer the rest of my report as we hear from Mr. Grubb. Hi,
everybody.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Let me just share my screen with you here quickly. Can y'all hear me okay? I can put in some headphones with a better microphone if not.
I think we can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay. Can everyone see the screen that I have here as well?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Let's see. Let me just see my video settings here quickly. Okay. So, thank you all so much for allowing me to join today. As has been mentioned, my name is Jason Grubb. I'm your client success manager with CE Broker. Historically, I've worked closely with your staff on a number of initiatives, but I'm excited to share a few points with you all here today. And if you don't mind, I may go off camera just so I can easily reference my notes and I'm not looking away necessarily.
Yeah.
But there we go. Now I can advance the screen. But I want to, first just acknowledge that I know you all have had a couple long days already. 2 days of a meeting, and it's a Friday, and I've had a long week as well. But hopefully, we are all almost across the finish line. So just again, my gratitude to you all for taking the time to listen to me at the end of an already long agenda. I just want to provide y'all with kind of a general quick overview and some growth and product updates from our end, discuss some trends that we're kind of seeing with your licensed population, talk about some opportunities that kind of build on the work that we've already done together, some items to ensure a successful 2026 renewal, which I know is starting to become a little more top of mind. Then, of course, I'll leave some room at the end for questions. But with that, let's go ahead and jump in. Well, first of all, please feel free to interrupt me. I talk kind of fast, and I'm happy to revisit or elaborate on something if needed. Plus, I don't think I'm alone in this, but I kind of hate hearing the sound of my own voice. So any opportunity to stop talking is appreciated. Like I mentioned at the top, just kind of starting with a high-level overview of who we are. I just want to make sure everyone's, that we're kind of level setting and everyone is kind of on the same page. But CE Broker is but one product line powered by an organization called Propellus, which kind of holistically is focused on modernizing how licensed professionals, their employers, regulators like yourselves, and those kind of respective, whether state or national or regional associations, kind of how they all work together. A little over 20 years ago now, we were introduced to the market as a solution for Florida's Department of Health, as a more automated solution to help them track their CE requirements for the 33 boards underneath that department and the million plus or so licensees therein. Additionally, you'll see here EverCheck is a credentials verification platform that we have. It's used by hospital, health system, HR departments to ensure that healthcare workers and other employees, basically that they're really just kind of clear to be out on the floor on any given day. Then lastly, there, Immuware, that's a comprehensive employee and occupational health monitoring software solution. But since that founding a little over 20 years ago, we have expanded a fair bit. We now work with over 300 agencies, 5 million plus licensees, and uniquely thousands of educational providers around the country to help encourage professional development and support CE compliance. But now kind of turning things away from who we are and that kind of overview, a little more pointedly to you all and kind of what you care about. Given that you're a nursing board, I just kind of wanted to highlight for you the cadre of peers with whom we also work. Some of these, they're independent, autonomous agencies. Some are housed under umbrella agencies like you all are. Some are kind of hybrids. But all in all, we're working with about 15 or so boards of nursing around the country, and that's about 2 million licensed professionals. And, this isn't news to you, but as you know, they each kind of have their own unique requirements for renewal and varying levels of complexity when it comes to continued competency. But since our system is configured kind of bespoke to each respective board, this really isn't a problem for us. It's just kind of how we operate. But I just kind of highlight this here just because as we think about license portability and, the nurse licensure compact. The more nursing boards that are using CE Broker, I think that's just a little bit easier for licensees to juggle kind of all the varying requirements that exist out there across all these different boards of nursing. Along those lines, we're excited to attend and exhibit at this year's ANCC Magnet and Pathways Conference. It's coming up in a few weeks in Atlanta. So if any of you or any of the licensees who may be viewing remotely or in the room with you all, if you'd like to come by and say hi, we'd be happy to chat. Because we've kind of been around, a little while, and we do work with so many agencies, we are fortunate to see a lot of successes across these different partnerships. And we will often publish case studies demonstrating the ways that agencies have benefited from using CE Broker. So agencies are then able to, leverage these to, report back to the legislature or the governor's office, share it at national meetings amongst your peers, like NCSBN, for example, or just otherwise, kind of help communicate the ways that your agency is working to streamline processes and kind of just manage resources, all while protecting the public. We do have kind of one such case study for your board that focuses on your use of CE Broker's auditing feature for the audit that was conducted earlier this year, back in the, I think, February, kind of March timeframe. I think anytime that an agency can better use technology for processes, especially like auditing, which is just notoriously tedious and historically kind of involves a lot of paper, especially when you're dealing with a large population like, South Carolina's Board of Nursing is, with almost 100,000 licensees. I think that's going to be a story worth telling. And so the case study we've put together with you all in collaboration with your former board executive, Ms. Carol Moody, it's still in draft form. But once that's finalized, we'll be able to share it for you to review or for you to share with your peers kind of as you'd like. But I want to kind of highlight a few things that's kind of, up next on our roadmap that I think is going to help to benefit your licensed population. One of those is national nursing coverage. So historically, only those nurses in states with whom we had a contract with those respective state nursing boards could use CE Broker. Soon that is going to change. So even nurses in states where we don't have a contract with those respective boards of nursing, they will be able to use CE Broker to track their requirements. Obviously, those respective boards won't have kind of their own, board suite and visibility into compliance status, and they can't audit with our system, et cetera. But at least from the licensed nurses' perspective, it'll help just kind of, go one step further to ensuring that our system can kind of follow them on their entire career journey, whether they stay in South Carolina, for instance, or they go to a state that's not currently using us. The continuity of that platform, kind of what they're used to as far as a repository for their information, I think will be helpful. Additionally, we have, listened to feedback from licensees, from your staff in the past, and have made some pretty significant improvements to the basic free account. So as you all know, our contract with the board, with South Carolina's Department of Labor Licensing and Regulation, the state of South Carolina, it's a zero cost contract. You don't pay us anything for the software. The way our business model works is based on optional upgraded premium accounts that licensees can choose to use if they see value there and they decide to kind of go down that route. But there is a basic free account that's available to everyone that they can do a lot with, but now they can do a little bit more with as well. So we have now rolled out a new kind of requirements feature that helps to better visualize for licensees exactly what their requirements are based on their state, based on their profession, their specific scenario, as you were, to just help ensure that they are more, that they can more easily kind of check the boxes, so to speak, and they're not having to, jump back and forth between the board's website or reference your rule or statute, whatever the case is, to ensure that they're, doing what's required of them, whether that's reporting CE or whether that's, whether they're choosing to demonstrate competency via one of the other mechanisms that your board allows. So now kind of pivoting away from, I've been talking about CE Broker like a lot. And so now I just want to pivot back to kind of your specific board and use case, diving into a couple trends and just kind of metrics that we see related to adoption, compliance of your specific license population. So you'll kind of notice here, going back several years, that we see adoption influx. It really kind of closely mirrors your renewal cycles. This past, well, I guess the most recent renewal, which was spring of 24, we saw about a 20% increase in account activation across your license population. And we've seen a little bit of a partial uptick lately as well. And that could be attributed to a number of things, maybe the audit that you launched earlier this year. But currently, there are about 15,000 or so of your licensees on CE Broker. But kind of obviously, as this graph demonstrates, we do expect that to tick up again fairly significantly come the 2026, or as the 2026 renewal deadline nears. So just kind of some frame of reference for you all there. We know that licensees will be coming to our platform, and so some of the subsequent slides and things I talk about here kind of get to, the point of what we can do to ensure that they have a positive experience, and maybe better streamline some of your processes, either as it relates to renewal or auditing licensees for compliance, et cetera. So I did kind of, reference the audit that you did earlier this year a couple of times. So just want to kind of dive into that in a little more detail. That audit, I think, was about 200 RNs, about 50 LPNs, something to that effect. Around 250 licensees were selected as part of that audit. And I think the important thing to take away from this slide here is that the vast majority of your licensees, they were either already demonstrating compliance in CE Broker, or if they weren't using CE Broker, they were really easily able to create an account, upload their CE or one of the other competency methods, and successfully pass the audit. There were a few issues and kind of lessons learned related on the notification side of things, which was a kind of the primary driver of a handful of folks who just didn't respond. But the reasons for that they're a little nuanced, kind of in the weeds. I can address them if you'd like. If that's part of the Q&A, I can certainly dive into that. But I think the key point here is it's was totally solvable, and we have some solutions kind of already in place to address that moving forward. But you'll see here that in reality, a very small number of folks actually failed the audit, which I think speaks to the responsiveness of your population and the seriousness which they took the audit notification, and the ease with which they were able to report completions or create an account and do so if they weren't already using CE Broker. Just kind of mirroring some successes that we've experienced with other boards, not only nationally, but also those across LL&R. I want to turn our attention to your upcoming 2026 renewal, discuss some opportunities and ways to further leverage the CE Broker platform to do a few things. Primarily provide more clarity to your licensees, but then two, better ensure compliance of the competency requirements that you set forth of your license population. So one of the ways to do that is leveraging a tool that other agencies across LL&R and other agencies across the country use called Renewal Preview. What's material here is that using CE Broker in this way, it doesn't change anything about your licensee's renewal process. Your nurses, one, they're not required to use CE Broker, and two, the system doesn't stop a licensee from renewing their license. Merely it displays to them their completion status as it's reflected in CE Broker. And then they have the option to either go into CE Broker, they can report anything that's missing, or they can ignore that prompt and proceed with their renewal. It's a very soft-handed approach. But this, in used in unison with kind of that standard post-renewal auditing process, it's really an approach that we've seen many agencies across the country use to be successful, not just within LL&R, but really helps to add a level of intentionality to a kind of post-renewal auditing process. I have a couple slides here just showing what that materially looks like for a licensee. Like I said, there's a handful of agencies across LL&R kind of already using this integration. So I do have some screenshots to share with you, which might be helpful. But of course, your licensing system using relays. This is the display the licensees receive when that ping into our system shows that a licensee has not yet met their CE requirements. It's very simple language indicating what the requirements are, that the requirements have not been yet met, but they have the option to go into CE Broker, or they can simply proceed with their renewal. Like I said, it's pretty soft-handed approach. And this is all customizable based on your specific board needs. There's certain fields here that you can populate based on what you want to do. For instance, I think this example is from the funeral board. They do a 100% audit. You realistically cannot do a 100% audit of 100,000 licensees. So there's some customizable components here as well. But just kind of in thinking about how this model ties into your success as a board, I think it's just important to recognize how this is one additional step towards using automation tools to better drive efficiency, both in terms of your staff time, but also in terms of licensee clarity and shortening their time to renewal. CE Broker's compliance API is a pretty standard enforcement model used across the country by our board clients. And it's unique because it takes a non-punitive, proactive approach to ensuring those competency requirements are being met, which ultimately is going to reduce time and costs associated with that kind of traditional post-renewal auditing system. So adding this visibility for your licensees that ensures all of them are aware of their compliance status, as shown in CE Broker's system, obviously. Fewer of them are waiting until the last minute to find and complete any outstanding CE or other competency requirements. And you're then able to only audit those that show as incomplete in the system. So like I said before, it just kind of adds another level of intentionality and focus to that post-renewal auditing process. But that's really all that I had to share with you all today. I just want to reiterate that we have enjoyed thoroughly working with your staff, past and present. We believe in a collaborative approach to engagement, and I hope that this overview and some of these resources and ideas, this is just a starting point. But otherwise, if folks have any questions, I'm happy to address those.
I have a question. I'll be honest, I did not know about CE Broker until I joined the Board of Nursing, which is probably sad to say. But I know you do a lot of great things with other boards. How does this information, do you guys get this information out to hospital organizations, or is that just left up to the organizations to find out about you guys?
It's I appreciate that question quite a bit, and thinking about kind of all stakeholders involved. It varies from state to state and board to board. I mentioned before that one additional product line under the Propelis umbrella is called EverCheck. That product is used specifically by hospital and health system HR departments. Specifically, that's focused on just ensuring compliance for any employee kind of on any given day, that they're clear to be out on the floor, perform XYZ procedure, administer XYZ task, whatever the case may be. So kind of naturally through just some kind of product cross-pollination, there's some awareness amongst those hospital systems of the CE Broker solution there. Additionally, we do work with respective associations, whether at the national, state, or kind of regional level as well. We do have an existing relationship with the South Carolina Nurses Association and a few other healthcare-related associations in that state as well. I don't believe we have an existing relationship with a hospital association there in the state. So to the extent that the board or staff, anyone would be willing to make introductions, we certainly like to do what we can to get in front of those entities, either at the individual, in this case, hospital level, or their kind of representative association at an organizational level as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason, when you showed the slide that was the funeral board that you used as an example, and it showed that they were 3 CEs short, is that when the nurse would log into CE Broker to check their status, is that's an alert that's on that page, like their homepage?
Exactly. So I don't, and I apologize for my ignorance here. I don't know the exact, all of the ins and outs of your licensing system. So I don't know exactly when in that renewal flow it pings our system. I don't know if it's when they sign in or when they would otherwise attest to having completed their competency requirements, or when they get to the payment processing component. I'm not 100% sure, but at some point in that renewal flow, it is calling into our system to give that check. If the licensee has done everything that's required of them and our system shows us complete, I don't believe they see any kind of prompt. They just move straight forward with the system and kind of go to the next step. I believe it's only if they are deficient, as reflected in our system. I don't want to say that a licensee is non-compliant. They very well may be. They just are keeping their either that employment certificate or that attestation from their employer. That's filed away somewhere else, or all their C&Es are filed away somewhere else. It's just not in our system, but we only know what's in the system, obviously. So I just that's a caveat there. But if our system says that they are, quote unquote, out of compliance as it relates to competency, they will see a prompt. And then in that prompt, the licensee has the option. They can go to CE Broker, report anything that's missing. They can even find courses on our platform and take and complete those right then and there as well. Or like I said, if they have everything in a filing cabinet, or they're using a different competency method, whatever the case is, they can ignore that prompt. They can proceed with the renewal, and knowing that they've done everything that's required of them. Or if they are in fact deficient, I guess in some ways roll the dice and maybe they'll be selected for an audit. In which case, there may be some action taken after the fact. But that's generally kind of how it works. Yeah, the licensee at that point would have the choice.
So I've used CE Broker for at least the last 3 cycles, and oftentimes I wait till, I have a stack of my 30 that I need to enter, and I just sit down and enter them at one time. And then when I'm done, I get that green check mark that I'm all set to go, because it reads that I've loaded, it adds it up and reads that I've loaded my 30. So that's what I was wondering. If I was 3 short because I didn't add correctly, I wouldn't see that green check mark to begin with. But the next time I logged in, I was just wondering if I would have that, hey, you still have 3 more to go kind of alert.
Right. So I'm sorry, your question is,
do I get an alert that says I still have 3 more to go, or I wasn't sure that slide that I saw, if that's an alert to us that when I would log in the next time, it'd be like, hey, you still have 3 more to go, or 6 more to go, or whatever, to reach your 30.
In CE Broker, if you logged into CE Broker, it will display that you are deficient and there's kind of an outstanding balance, so to speak. Depending on what level of the account you have in CE Broker, it'll either tell you you are complete or you're not complete, or if you have an upgraded premium account, it'll actually say you're missing these 3 hours in XYZ specific subject area, or whatever the specific deficiency may be. As for the licensing system in Relays, it'll just tell you that you're either complete or not complete. It's the licensing system that slide I showed on funeral, it displays what their requirements are. So I think that 3 you saw, that's specific to specific subject area requirement I think they have. But it's just, so it's displaying what their requirements are, But then as far as what CE Broker is relaying, it's just whether they've met those or whether they haven't met those. Then it's on the licensee to go into the system and see kind of what's still outstanding.
Okay. I know at one point, the nurse could say that they had 3 hours in XYZ, and instead of loading their certificate that proved it, they could just load a blank piece of paper that wasn't the certificate for it. So, not that they were being dishonest, but you could. Has that been fixed somehow?
That's actually a great question. So we are currently piloting some new kind of document scanning technology to help get at that very issue. So, well, let me back up a little bit. One new feature that we rolled out recently is some document scanning technology that makes self-reporting easier. So instead of having a certificate in front of you and having to manually transcribe everything to CE Broker, nurses and it's only available to a couple of specific professions, nursing and the medical profession as of right now. But they do have the ability to essentially use that scanning technology to populate all the respective fields with what's on the certificate. So that's step one that licensees can use to kind of leverage some additional tools that we have in the system. Step two is working to better equip board staff with the what's the word I'm looking for, with additional clarity around what's actually being put into the system. Is this a certificate of completion or some other acceptable form of evidentiary documentation, or is it something else like a picture of a family member or your cat or something along those lines?
Right.
So we don't have that live and available just yet, but we are piloting some of those tools right now with some existing clients of ours. And so we recognize that kind of being a little bit of a blind spot and something that we're working to address. It's never going to be, well, I don't want to say never, but there's always, steps that a licensee can take to, Photoshop documentation to change dates or whatever the case is, as a kind of an ocular scanning technology. It's only going to be able to do so much, but at least for those that concern of licensees intentionally uploading erroneous documentation, which honestly doesn't happen that often. We don't really see it,
Okay.
but it will kind of help to address that. Usually, what we see is simple human errors. They uploaded file 001, they meant to upload file 002, or a document doesn't have a completion date on it, or doesn't have an accreditation type on it, or something along those lines, which are usually not malicious.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, that was a long-winded answer to your question. I apologize.
That's okay. I might not have had very much clarity to my question, so you answered it.
I just also want to let you know that sometimes when you take online classes or in-person classes, it automatically uploads. For one of my licenses, I don't have to do anything. I make sure they went through.
Great.
So Jason,
that's a great point. And I mentioned at the top that we partner with thousands of educational providers that are registered and using our platform. And so those education providers, if you're taking CE or CNE from them, they will report those completions on your behalf into our system. So that's a step that, one, alleviates the burden of trying to keep track of certificates and for the licensee to upload that themselves. But then two, just gives a level of certainty that what is being reported is true and accurate because it's primary source information.
Jason, this is the attorney for the board. So I was pretty heavily involved with the audit this time. And out of, you showed the chart, and out of the ones that were shown as not being compliant, we actually found as we went along, either 3 or 4, I can't remember off the top of my head, they had actually screenshotted when they had uploaded their materials into CE Broker well before the audit report was run, but they were run, but the audit report indicates that they were deficient. And when staff went in to look, there was nothing in CE Broker. So these nurses were suspended on that basis. So how can y'all work through that type of problem? Because we aren't just taking them at their face value, but they literally screenshotted it. But short of telling every one of our licensees, hey, you better screenshot your when you're doing this, how do we ensure that we're not accidentally suspending people who are actually doing what they need to be doing?
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't remember those exact instances. I do remember one where, as the evidentiary documentation, the licensee had screenshotted their course history, which had courses in there that met the requirements, but I believe it was either for a different CE cycle or it was for a different license that they held. And they essentially uploaded that as documentation because the course history, everything that a licensee reports into CE Broker is going to be documented in the course history. It just may or may not apply to that specific CE cycle. And so I know that there was an issue along those lines. I don't know if that was the issue with the other cases that you referenced. But I'll just, again, kind of extend my hand in my role as the client success manager. If there's ever a concern or an issue with what a licensee is saying versus what you're seeing in the system, we have a very capable team. We can dive into a lot of specifics on the back end that board staff just don't, quite honestly don't have access to within the board suite of our system. And so we can look at when documentation was uploaded, we can look at when licensees logged in, we can look at when information was deleted. And so if there is ever an instance where something is on the verge of or has progressed to an investigative case, we are willing to work with boards in whatever capacity necessary to help ensure that you have confidence in taking whatever next step you decide to take with a licensee.
So to make sure I understand, because obviously our letter says, if you've gone into CE Broker and done it, you don't need to contact us. They think that they finished it. So to understand, you're telling me that the solution would be that before we get ready to suspend anyone, we should come back to you and give you the list of all the people that we still have as things suspended, and y'all will individually go through the files in the back and ensure that you didn't miss anything?
My apologies. No, that's not quite what I was just saying. In those if you have a few instances where you are about to take or have taken action on a licensee and they're giving you information that is different from what's reflected in CE Broker, we can work to dive into that data a little bit more and just make sure there's full confidence in kind of the next steps there. Generally speaking, anything that a licensee is going to report into CE Broker is going to be visible by the board staff. And so as you're looking at those individual audit records, you can look at the certificates that are either self-reported by licensees or the completions that are reported on their behalf by education providers, and generally determine whether or not they have met their requirements as set forth by the board before you even get to the point of making a pass-fail determination. And I think one thing that I'm happy to do for the board is come back another time and present a detailed overview of exactly how our auditing functionality works. Personally, I think it's an incredible component of our system. I kind of like, quote unquote, showing it off. And if that's something that the board would like to see exactly how licensees are notified, how they respond, what's visible to board staff, what's visible to a licensee, and how that documentation is captured in the CE Broker system, I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, Thank you very much. We'll let you know if we need you to come back. We'll discuss about whether we need you to come back and talk about the auditing process in more detail.
Okay, I'm happy to. Thanks for the time, y'all. I appreciate it. Happy Friday.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Did that make sense to you?
Source of truth, they should be validated. Themselves to be validating their own process. So those false mistakes is not made.
A glitch or what happened. I know when I've loaded my documents, I haven't had any trouble. I do know it's sort of nerve-wracking. I just create a folder on my desktop and I, start putting them in, and then I want to make sure that I'm loading because they're numerical 1000. Open it and double check that matches what I've said, because I don't ever want to get in trouble with the Board of Nursing. I'll make sure I load the correct one. So it is a bit nerve-wracking, and I can go back and look at it and double check to make sure everything that I've had, but this wasn't even there. Like, it would be, you audited Sally Beth Todd, and they went in to CE Broker said, yep, she's good, and when they went in, I wasn't even in there. It was
To clarify, the check on system, it works when you're uploading 30 things, but many of our licensees are uploading a single piece of paper that is their employment-based competency. So, and if they didn't already have a CE Broker account, they literally created it to do it for the audit. So they went in, uploaded, got what they saw as a finished upload, took a screenshot, shut it down, and never felt the need to go back in and look at it again, nor the need to respond when we continued sending things that said, hey, you haven't done this. Now, we can all argue that if you were receiving documentation from the people who are issuing your license saying you're in trouble, you should not count that what has already happened. You should be calling someone and being like, I need to double check because I like eating. But this was at least two of the incidences were people who had, in theory, a valid competency form. And I can only say in theory because I didn't see what they did per se, but we could see the outline of the form. We could see it was written, it was filled out. We could see the date it was uploaded, the screenshot that showed it's been uploaded, and then they sent us the document as well, and that was dated by their employer on a date that matched. So, I mean, obviously you can squint in, but you've all seen a screenshot. It's not the most crystal clear photo all the time when it's somebody's uploaded, but we can extrapolate to the degree that is what happened. Now, these people were immediately reinstated, and, we apologize profusely, but it is a problem, and it's not a lot, but one nurse losing their license when they shouldn't have is too many.
I wonder if they didn't click save. I wonder if there was something in the process that after they screenshotted it, they just closed it and forgot to hit a save.
Jane, you can
button or
correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm talking to somebody in the back of the room, but it literally says your document has been uploaded. Like, it wasn't an ambiguous statement that you could misinterpret. It said uploaded. So it wasn't like click here to upload, and that's where they screenshot it. It had a green check mark and said your document's been uploaded. I mean, I don't know how to interpret that any different than it's uploaded.
Saved. I don't remember if or there's a finish button or done. I feel like
But he should
maybe
be
there's
able
one
to,
more.
he should be able to find out what was the break in the process, and was the process completed from his.
Very well could be able to, but I'll tell you, we went in and looked at these people before we suspended them. We didn't have any reason to doubt that if there's no put the document in there. Now,
But they
obviously,
had.
we have more knowledge. But anyway, that's somewhat of an aside. We can continue to work on this journey. wanted to kind of provide a little more clarity of what I was specifically asking him. Might have misunderstood some of what I was saying because, he's not in the trenches of dealing with it.
Oh, and there were lessons learned from the 2024/5 audit that will be implemented when we do the audit in 2026, 2027, for sure.
For sure.
Okay. Moving on to my report. The next thing on my report was to talk about the annual meeting in Chicago. Carol Moody went to the meeting. Miss Maggie Murdoch went to the meeting. Dr. Robert Wolf went to the meeting. Dr. Bridget Holder went to the meeting. And Dr. John Wickham and myself all went to the meeting. It was held in Chicago from August 13th to the 15th. And the annual meeting in Chicago is more of the business meeting and meeting to hold elections for officers for National Council for the next year. The theme of the meeting was going beyond, and I'll read you the little snippet. It encapsulates NCBSN's bold vision for the future of nursing regulation. This powerful theme resonates deeply within our efforts to advance innovation and excellence in nursing regulation. It is simple yet profound, challenging us to transcend conventional thought in every aspect of our work. So I asked Dr. Holder if she would just speak for a few minutes on her thoughts on her first annual meeting, and Dr. Wickham, I asked him to speak as well. So Dr. Holder, you want to begin?
Sure. My notes are not loading. It's circling the death, but I think I can just wing it. It was fantastic. It was a little overwhelming to be the first time because mid-year was awesome to see, but they are completely different. Definitely mid-year is more of the educational piece, and the annual was more of the business piece. But I liked seeing both. I liked seeing the voting and how the delegates set, and how all of that works. The president's meeting I got to attend with Sally Beth was educational, yet slightly terrifying. It made me even more thankful for our board, and the things that we have here that we are fortunate to have, and the relationships and things that we're able to have that other boards are not able to have. And some of the things that they were talking about working through, like conflicts within their boards, conflicts within their state, the thing about the Kansas State Board of Nursing going through the lawsuit. It was educational, but I was glad we're not dealing with that. My most favorite thing was the speaker. That was the Toy Story Pixar animator guy. My note is not coming up now, but I had tons of notes from him, from his note, and I actually had seen him like right outside before he presented, and I was like, oh, I love his shirt, and then he ended up being the presenter. So he gave lots of great information, and that was my favorite speaker, and I wish my notes would come up. But it was very eye-opening. Again, it's always amazing to me to see how different the boards are. That is just mind-boggling to me.
I wrote down my biggest takeaway was he said the key to failure is to fail early and fail fast and be as wrong as fast as you can. And then I went to the next page and I missed it. So I guess I
print out
ended
my
there.
notes instead of looking.
I was not. So are you still talking, Bridget?
No, you're good. You go ahead. I can't find my notes.
Yeah, I think it was a great meeting. It is different than the mid-year. This one's a little bit more formal, a lot of business meetings and like that, and this is where they hold their official, elections. And you do a little bit of going to different groups and talking to them, especially when you're a candidate. They identify you as a candidate, so you go to these different events. And it was a little nerve-wracking because you have a practice session and they put up a little time for you. You have 4 minutes with a big clock in front of you. in the end, everybody that was running for an office was an incumbent. So all the incumbents were voted in. Or that the individual who's currently holding, Area 3. She is someone who was very good. I saw her at mid-year, and she gave it a very nice report. But I will say afterwards, I had numerous people come up to me and say, I would have voted for you, but I'm not in your area. So I guess there's a few positions that are coming open, right, that are...
Open board of director position, so that's from any area.
So I was encouraged to run for one of those, and there'll be several, I think, that will be
Next year.
next year.
Mm-hmm.
So it was great. It was great talking to folks from other boards of nursing and kind of running, what do you guys do? This is what we do, or that sort of thing. But it was very impressive the way they set up, where every state has 2 representatives. It was
Delegates.
2 delegates that were there in front of, the big stage, if you will, with their flags and everything. It kind of reminded me, if you've ever gone to Sigma, the biennial, where all the countries and everything are represented. It kind of reminded me of that a little bit. But they had a formal process, and it seemed well organized. But overall, it was great. It was a great experience. But like she was saying, it was a little overwhelming being there for the first time and how to navigate the hotel and get from here to there and where all over.
Elevators.
Yeah, but it was great. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes. The board's knowledge, if you want to log into your NCSBN account, they have put up I believe they've put up all the videos for both the annual meeting and then past annual and mid-year meetings, and you can see them there. And in the future, even if you're not able to travel, they usually do a live stream of those as well. I was able to watch this one live streamed for much of it, including John's wonderful 4-minute little speech, including, even though we're in open session, I'll say an adorable childhood picture of John.
Yes.
So I encourage the board to go and look at that, if for nothing else than that very cute baby picture.
It was an amazing presentation. We were very proud of him.
We indeed were.
We clapped and woot-wooted. Yes, yes.
Well
And
supported.
I asked Valerie to send the link out, so she sent out the link to the board members. I would also encourage you to go into the CEO's address and listen to what Phil Dickinson has to say about the future of nursing regulation and how he sees NCSBN unfolding as the years go forward. And then the Pixar Toy Story gentleman, whose name is? They always have
Don't
an
rely on technology.
unbelievable speaker at both mid-year and annual meeting that just knocks my socks off. Somebody well-renowned, Matthew Lunn, L-U-H-N, Matthew Lunn, former Pixar story artist, writer, and story consultant. And they're always such fantastic speakers, and they don't ever have a note, which I never would. And there are 2 delegates from each state and territory that belongs to National Council, and you all vote the delegates. So you said Carol and I, and we are the 2 voting delegates. And then there was an alternate delegate, which was Dr. Holder. What happened to one of us, she could step in to vote in our place. Okay. Next. Is committees. I need 2 volunteers, please, to be on the nominations committee for the 2026 Board of Nursing positions to elect the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary. these two volunteers for the committee would interview candidates for those positions, and at the November meeting, they would bring the slate of candidates to the board for a vote. And then those officers, it's a calendar year, take office in January. So it's January to December. So who would like to be on the nominations committee?
Yeah, we have a volunteer.
Two minutes. Thank you.
Yay.
I think maybe we could maybe ask Bob, because I think he did a great job. I felt like I didn't really do anything last year.
Well, we have two. So basically, you're interviewing each board member to ask them if they are willing to serve and do they want to serve in XYZ position. I would encourage you to go into the bylaws and to look to see what the responsibilities of the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary are ahead of time. So when the nomination committee comes to you, you feel that you could serve in that role and qualified to serve in that role, you could tell them that you're interested. So it's basically an interview process. Whatever works for you, whatever's best. And you can divide and conquer if you want. You both don't have to be on the same call. However you want to split it up and divide it up works for us. And then you would get back together with, I've got 5 people that want to do this and 3 people that want to do this, and then you would pull it together for us. And it needs to be ready by the November meeting, because we'll. All right, then it's the committee membership, which is sort of rather large. So let's start with the Advisory Committee on Nursing Education. I am currently on that committee with Dr. Whitcomb as the alternate, and I will be rolling off that committee. So is there anyone interested in being on the ACON committee, which is... Don't need to be. No, ma'am. Okay. And Dr. Whitcomb, you want to remain on? Yes. Okay. So Dr. Whitcomb will be the main person. We have a board member and an alternate. So is it okay if I put you as the alternate? And you can attend all the meetings, all the meetings. It just means I usually email Pete, who sends it out, and CC Dr. Whitcomb and say, I can go, I can't go, so he knows that one of us should be there. And we're not ad hoc, we are ex officio. Thank you,
yes.
that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you, sir. We're non-voting members, ex officio.
Clarify, all of these committees are on WebEx. They're all open to the public. So any board member or any member of the public can attend any of these, but we do try to have a liaison from the board, present, at least one present. And if you are the official representative or alternate, then you can come into executive session. But if you're just have an interest and as a board member you come and watch, you would be treated as another member of the public and you would stay out of the executive session. But as the representative, you would come into any executive session, and occasionally, very occasionally, but sometimes I would just say like, well, there's somebody from the board here and they're hearing what you have to say, and the two of us will work together to inform the rest of the board of this situation or whatnot. And you're always, as an ex officio member, welcome to comment in executive session, but you by no means have to.
Okay, so advisory committee is set. The advanced practice committee is an ad hoc committee, and that meets as needed. And Dr. Bridget Enos is on that, and she said to me that she would stay on that. And the alternate is Leslie Lowry, and she also said that she would stay on that. So I think we're good there. Nursing Practice and Standards Committee, Dr. Bridget Holder is on there, and the alternate is Melissa May Engel.
But if someone else wants to be the main and wants me to be the alternate, I am happy to do that and share the love, whatever y'all want.
And that's the committee that's that's doing the research, that's creating the recommendations for the advisory opinions.
And now that we have a full board, there's no reason why 3 people can't be on a committee. If you're interested, just let me know and I'll put you down. We can have 2 alternates.
I may be partial, but I do. I really think it's a great committee, but I might be a little partial.
Was being
So usually I just listen, but they have different committee members from different specialties in nursing that come together, and then they'll bring these questions that they've gotten of practices, and if it's in our scope, and they'll discuss it. If they've had something previously that was sent to them to research, they'll bring back that research and present it. They'll present any advisory opinions that they are recommending updates to. It's a lot of different things.
Yes, that committee is charged with both potentially creating new advisory opinions based on inquiries and issues that are pressing in the field, as well as they have, I believe it's a 3-year cycle in which they are tasked with reviewing all existing AOs to make sure that they're still the best practice and are supported by evidence and the existing state board regs and statutes.
the links that might be attached to that AO are still valid and things like that. So you'll maybe remember when Mindy comes and we have a whole slew of them, and that's because it's their time to be up to look at them again. So it's a busy committee.
A very busy committee. They work, all our committees work hard, but I would say the MPSC is probably working the most hours in terms of putting in a lot of additional work outside of the committee time.
If those people are asking for something to be in our scope or something to be added that wasn't, those people present. So it's nice to hear that. But again, usually I stay silent a lot, which is odd for me, but I do.
Oh, and you know what I didn't say? The committees meet, they all meet every other month.
APC does
Well,
not.
APC does
but
not,
the
'cause
other
that's
two,
a-
yes, they meet every other month.
So they meet
Via WebEx.
Yep.
Nursing
said that, but
standards
it's
and
every other
practices is a
month.
little bit more time intensive usually. It can run in from about 10 to 1 maybe. It's
That's the harder one.
occasionally.
Yeah.
It's a little longer because, but ACON is sometimes runs, but most of the time it is pretty set at 10 to 12 because there are several members of that committee who have other obligations outside of the committee that's set immediately after that. So we often lose quorum right at 12 o'clock, meaning our business stops whether we want it to or not.
Yeah.
So that's usually about the commitment on those, and they are WebEx and they will remain on WebEx. It's been very effective to use WebEx, both because of costs, but also timing costs, because we do have representatives from throughout the state, and then we have people coming in asking for things or appearing from throughout the country, actually. So it's been a very good transition to do that. Yeah, they're usually on Tuesdays, and it would be, like I said, from about either 10 to 12 or 10 to 1, depending.
Next nursing practice is on Thursday, October 9th.
I said that. I'm sorry, nursing and practice is on Thursdays, and ACON is on Tuesdays. I apologize. Trying to look at the color
I don't
coding.
remember if it
on
was
my-
every
on my
Thursday or if
calendar.
sometimes it moves, but it is 10 to 1. Some meetings is the full time, a little over. Sometimes it ends a little early.
And I was thinking, I have a meeting every month, so the board meets every other month, and when I was on ACON, they meet in the in-between months.
Similarly to the board meeting, an agenda goes out to all the committee members about a week or two in advance, as well as the materials for review. They have their own secure folder that can be accessed the same way. So that will go out, and then updates for the agenda go on as well. But similarly, it's an open meeting. They still can go into executive session, those type of things.
I will say, though, it's far less prep for that meeting than this one.
Less
Don't like us.
reading.
Yes.
All right, so that'll remain Dr. Holder and Melissa May Engel. The Government Affairs Legislative Contact is myself, and I'll be rolling off, and the alternate is Dr. Whitcomb. So Dr. Whitcomb, do you? Okay. So okay. So Dr. Bridget Holder, Dr. Whitcomb and Dr. Bridget Holder will be the legislative contact. Maggie, will you make sure that information gets to the LLR contact that we need to get to? So Dr. Whitcomb is main and Dr. Holder will be an alternate. And there's a sort of a sub, not real committee of the Board of Nursing. That's the RPP committee, and the RPP just came and asked us years ago, I can't even remember now, about just having sort of a contact person, somebody they could contact about bouncing things off of or attending their general meetings that they have. And that's Dr. Wolf. And he said that he would remain on that committee, but if somebody else wants to be on that with him, somebody's interested in the workings of RPP, that he would be more than happy to share that with somebody.
They are obviously contracted out, but they have their own, I believe, quarterly meetings. They've transitioned to virtual as well. And they give an update of kind of what's going on, what they're seeing, how many licensees they have for different boards, things of those lines. But any sort of policy decision is still coming to the board. But it's more to keep abreast of what's going on with RPP and to serve as, like I said, a liaison for the board.
Again, arrested.
Interested?
I want to give everybody else a chance.
All right.
I was
Thank
feeling
you.
it from you.
Thank you.
All right, so Dr. Wolf and Lisa James, and we'll make that information to RPP so that they know.
I'm sure that Dr. Wolf will be excited to have a compatriot because he is also very passionate about knowing about RPP.
Next on my list is the nominations work group. That's Dr. Wolf and myself, and that's the nominations for the various committees that come in, or panel hearing members, or expert reviewers. So any nominations that come through, you've seen us in the last couple of meetings, and we have more to bring you nominations from the nominations work group. And I think that work group could actually take 3 persons. I think it'd be good to have an odd number, first of all, because sometimes Dr. Wolf and I were in between, and we brought it to you for your opinion to make that decision. But I think 3 persons, especially with the amount of we're having, which is fabulous. I'm so excited that the nurses of South Carolina want to get involved. And so we have had lots of nominations come through. So it's been a bit to comb through. So I really, in my heart, would like 2 more board members to volunteer to be on that. Besides, Dr. Wolf said he would stay on it.
This isn't 100% a set time situation as with the other ones. We will have nominations for different committees, a group every year. We've just gotten through this time. So for 2026, the next round of people, and these will be people that are rolling off of our committees. There will be another round of roll-offs due to their time of service, and sometime this summer. So it is a kind of a grouping at that point. And then occasionally there's another nominations, such as for expert reviewers and stuff as needed. But for the most part, it's going to be one big thing and then some little smattering of others.
Mm-hmm.
Don't rush to join.
Hard about it over there. I see it in our eyes.
Well, we are missing we are missing two, well, we're missing three. Well, Dr. Wolf's already on it. Okay, no pressure. Nursing practice. I think that would be good to have LPN. Anyone else for nominations?
Maybe put her.
Well, let me tell you, there are two other opportunities to volunteer. So let me move on to the other two. And we can, want to do it? Going to. So there is, it's not new.
It's
I
not.
almost
It's
said
it
new.
is something that doesn't come up too often. It's the joint protocol. It's the joint vaccination protocol. It's between our board, pharmacy, and medical examiners. It again is not on a set schedule. It's whenever there's new guidance regarding vaccinations, it gets called up to meet. It is again WebEx. Is usually what will happen is the board executive for the pharmacy board actually reaches out to all of the representatives and says like, hey, we have this new thing coming up. What's your availability looking like the next few weeks? Maybe uses a doodle poll or something, and then you get a date, and then everyone meets up for it's usually about an hour or less via WebEx, and goes through the updated protocol, and hopefully one meeting does it for that protocol, and it can go ahead and get it done. If not, there'll be a follow-up meeting. I think so far this year, there's been one. I think last year there was one, maybe two meetings. It's not something, when I say it's not going to be, it's not set, it's not going to be an every week commitment or an every other month, most likely. I mean, we can never predict the future, but usually the change in vaccination protocols is not quite so rapid to require an excessive amount of participation.
And I think, yep, Ms. Teresa volunteered for that.
This is a voting member position, just to be clear, on an ex officio. So
And then committee-wise,
we need two people for
two.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, it makes it very difficult for that committee to get a quorum.
So an alternate or two permanent?
We need two people, two
to be on
permanent
it.
people. We can even have an alternate if you want, but we need two permanent people.
Oh, did Bridget say that she? Okay, I'm going to put Bridget with question mark, and I will ask her. I have her with a question mark, and then I will ask. All right, the final position that is open is a Board of Nursing designee to look at the worksite approvals that are sent in by the respondents when we ask for a worksite approval, and check off as to whether that's something that they feel would be appropriate for that respondent, for whatever the case might be, to work at XYZ site.
So how that will happen is when compliance gets a request, they will reach out to you via email and provide you all of the documentation, and you can review. And if you and then you will let them know how you feel about it, and they can proceed with it from there. So it'll be an email format almost completely, unless you need to call to discuss or something. Correct. It would be that, yes, the new procedure, and I was going to clarify that, the new procedure will be once staff receives the same information that they're already getting, it will be forwarded to a board member for their review so that they can give you the approval or disapproval of that work site. Sure.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you can either have this be a designee, or y'all can vote to put it as part of the vice chair's position.
I wanted to, so it can be assigned to the chair, the vice chair, or
a set person.
Somebody else wanted it, I guess, to review, they could. First, would y'all like it as something that somebody else on the board reviews, or would you like it to go into one of the positions? Would you like it to be separate to where it comes to somebody to review, or would you like it to be rolled into one of the position's duties? So like the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary have certain duties that we perform as part of those roles. Do you want it to roll into one of those, i.e. the vice chair, because that's what we kind of talked about yesterday, or do you want it to be somebody else on the board that's not one of those reviewing it?
and it probably shouldn't be secretary. I feel like this probably needs to be a nurse, and the secretary position can be a public member. So I don't know that a public member would want to do worksite approval for a nurse. So it probably needs to roll into the chair or the vice chair.
Really, the difference would be on that is if you assigned it to a set person, they would have that thing for the year, regardless of, unless they said, hey, I can't do this anymore. But if you put it into a position when the elections happen in November and new people take place in January, there might be a different person in that position, and that duty would just pass over without the need for any sort of revote.
Yeah. So
If people are feeling like they want it to be a part of the vice chair's position, as that's sort of what I'm hearing, then we would need one motion to accept the nominations to these committee positions as discussed, and then the second would be to amend the bylaw to include worksite approval as a vice chair's duty. And if that is what we would want to do, someone can say so moved for what I just said.
So moved.
Both of the, for both of the nominations, or we have to take them one at a time? I mean, both of them.
It can be together. It can be just for the clarification point of the motion, it is that for the slate of committee positions that have been discussed today and assigned out, and as well as to amend the bylaws to add that position of the worksite approval representative that would work with staff to the duties of vice chair.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, motion carried. We're getting punchy.
Okay, so that is going to be so for staff, that is currently going to be Dr. Holder. So moving forward as of today, just instead of you making the call on whether or not to approve a work site, if someone has that document, get the documents together and send it to Dr. Holder, and she will respond and let you know what the decision is. And Dr. Holder, as always, you can loop me. I will not be looped in the original discussion, but if you need me to assist, loop me in, and I can provide legal advice.
And then we will amend the bylaws to add that to the vice chair's duties.
As you've made a vote, I will amend the bylaws to do that, and I'll have them ready. As you've already voted for it, you don't need to approve them. If it's okay with everyone, I'll just send it to the chair so she can put eyes on it as well and see that that's what I did, change what you said, and then we'll go ahead and get that uploaded into onto the board website and update our binders.
All right, final business, I think. September nominations from the nominations work group. We'll take these one at a time. There was a position vacancy for ACON. There's a simulation position and the nomination. Are there any recusals from this nomination?
I need to recuse from the vote of the simulation position.
Okay. The simulation position, the name that we would put forward is Kelly Russin. Any discussion or comments on the simulation position of Kelly Russin? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Make a motion to accept that nomination.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. The LPN educator, there were no applications that qualified as an LPN educator, so we'll address that when we send out the next e-blast. Position vacancies for APC or an acute care nurse practitioner, no applications were submitted. Family nurse practitioner, no applications were submitted. The certified nurse midwife, there were 2 vacancies and 1 application was submitted, and that is Kelly Bouthelay. Did I say that correctly? So we would like to nominate Kelly, and Kelly, I apologize if you're listening for your last name, Bouthelay.
And that we accept her as nomination.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried. Any other business before the board? Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn the September 2025 meeting.
Second.
All right, and it's the 26th, but we're good. Yeah, I mean, we feel like we've been here since the 25th, and we just really went, yes, to our respect. Please be careful going home. Good luck to everybody who's on the coast over the next couple days. I will be thinking about you. Woo.